Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the stream for the day. That's right, it is Wednesday, the 21st of January, where I am coming from. And that makes it hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another very special, important time on the calendar for the working class. It is hump day. That's right. For all of you workers out there, you've made it to the middle of the week. And by the time you clock off for the day, you will be sailing towards the weekend, all downhill from here, baby. That's right. And congratulations on getting it this far as we dedicate our lives to yet another year of service to capital we know as 2026. So, today, we're going to be covering some interesting affairs. Let me just fix up. I don't know why this keeps happening. Let me just fix up Kevin Rudd. He keeps falling over. Clumsy K Rudd over there. Let me just fix him up. Much better. Much better. So yeah, we are going to be going through a number of world events again today. So strap yourself in because the World Economic Forum has kicked off in Davos, and it's going to be quite the affair by the look of it, given the current geopolitical climate, which is one of instability, I would say, anxiety, and an overall kind of distrust for the United States, I guess. So is the Trumpian age. Dilemmas, what up, what up? Welcome to the era where the right wing in Australia is more revolutionary than the left. LOL. Please let me know what you mean by that. If there's a specific reference that you're making there, or if that's just a generalization, I would like to know what reference you are making. Because like I like to see some revolutionary activity in Australia at some point. So if you're talking about the right wing, I don't know, galvanizing support for a new Australian republic or something like that, inclusive of our friends in New Zealand, that would truly be something revolutionary. Faux show. But we'll find out when Dilemmas confirms for us. So, Jungle Potatoes in the house. The World Economic Forum made me get a tooth removed, and now I can't eat solid food for a week. Not sure if that is just a hilarious joke or there's actually a deeper meaning to that. I'll let you tell me, Jungle Potatoes. Good to have you back. Much like Albo's voice, it's the vibe of it. Okay, very good. Very good. It's just the vibe of it, man. Ninja Nurse in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? How are you? I hope you are well. And like I said, we're gonna go international today. We're gonna cover some local stuff too. So Australia and the federal parliament looks like it has passed the laws. I don't know if that just means it's passed the lower house though, and hasn't gone through the Senate. From what I understood, the Senate was a point of contention for this new hate speech laws and the gun control bill, but we'll find out. We'll do some research. And we're also going to be looking at Sydney's protests. So after or following in the wake of the Bondi mass shooting event, they decided, I guess you would say, to bring in new protest provisions or enact protest provisions which allowed them to lock down Sydney as a protest-free zone for a number of months. And they've decided to extend that, but not at the same time. They've extended it in the eastern suburbs and for the northern part of the city, but where the protests or the rallies or the marches usually happen, and there are ones coming up for Australia Day, they're going to allow them to happen for some reason, even though they're not relenting on the fact that they don't want protests in Sydney. They're going to allow protests to happen in Sydney. It's some crazy mental gymnastics from the police commissioner on that one. But we're going to have a look into basically cracking down on our human rights, our civil liberties, and what that looks like in Australia in 2026. We're also going to have a look at some class war stuff too. It looks like Mamdani is delivering on his socialist, democratic socialist rhetoric, and he's waging a bit of a class war in New York at the moment, which I'm surprised more people aren't talking about actually. But we're going to have a little bit of a look into that. So we're going to stretch a lot of territory today. We'll see if we even make it out of the World Economic Forum. But time will tell. We will see. Dilemmas. The SA elections are going to be really interesting after this bill is passed. Jungle potatoes. No, nothing deep. But thinking about it, 350 seems a bit steep for some local anesthetic. A few stitches and 30 minutes of time. Yeah, right. Well. I blame the World Economic Forum. Jungle potatoes, as you rightly have yourself. $350? No way. And local? Hey, lazy. Ninja Nurse, notice how Pauline mentioned the Bondi shooting and Charlie Kirk in the same breath? Yeah, that was interesting. The piece that you put up yesterday, in the wake of Bondi and the assassination of Charlie Kirk, etc., etc. People are outraged. And we are the voice of the Australian people that are going to carry us in to the rest of this, carry us over into the rest of the turbulent 21st century. Thank God for Pauline Hanson and One Nation. Like, I can't tell what the media is really doing on this one. They're manufacturing consent hard for something. They're really trying to push this one. My feed is constantly got, like, because I guess I'm down with Australian politics now to a certain degree. Yeah, constant stories mostly being pushed by Sky News, but Channel 9's in there, Channel 7's in there. Pauline killing it in the polls. Pauline, Matt rivaling the major parties, but like a lot of also Pauline or One Nation is doing away with the coalition. So I think they're trying to manufacture consent, it would seem, for an acceptable merger with One Nation and the coalition, like the new coalition. Let's say, like, Nationals and the Liberals, it's old hat. All right, that's so 20th century, that style of politics, the unification of regional bourgeois interests with cosmopolitan bourgeois interests. The world's not that black and white anymore. There are a lot of right-wing people that are working class and they want a voice too. And so it's not just bourgeois right-wing interests that need to be represented. Let's go for let's go all the way with this one and integrate kind of populist right-wing politics into the coalition. And so it seems to be normalizing that. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to fight against the coalition? What are you going to do? Fight against One Nation as well? That would be not in everybody's interests if you want to fight against Labour and the Greens. Your friends in the Greens. So it seems like they're trying to manufacture consent in that regard and just normalize this idea that, I guess, if the coalition tries to go against the grain here and the push towards One Nation or the growing popularity of One Nation, then they will pale into insignificance. So they might as well get with the times. Do people still think that the World Economic Forum are calling the shots? Got to go higher than that. World Economic Forum is just a book club for rich elites. It pretty much is. It's like a networking event that like the plebs get to look at, right? Like we get to watch these people congregate around a ski resort, basically, like an exclusive area. And like they talk about how they're going to manage world affairs. And like people think this idea that there's a bourgeoisie out there that's controlling things and calling the shots is outrageous. And like, you have things like Davos, what goes down in Davos, where yes, the richest and most powerful people rub shoulders and kind of, very flippantly talk about, hey, this would be good, wouldn't it? Hey, this would be good for all the plebs. Hey, that's really all we're worried about. Not our profit margins at all. Ninja Nurse, remember when the media was using polls to manufacture concerns for a minority government in the last election and Labor ended up winning by a landslide? Ever since the Bill Shorten election, Kamala Harris election, I take polls with the grayness of saltus. Yeah, fair enough. And polls like that, and like even the pollsters, they admit as well. It's never fully accurate. There's always risk. It's just the nature of this type of stuff. But like that's the thing though. The polls will say one thing potentially, but like what the media does with that information is construct this entire narrative, and like you have to ask the question like, what are they manufacturing consent for? What do they want us to think about this situation? And obviously, it's just like, oh my god, what nation is coming to get you, kind of thing, and it's just like, but like for who? It would seem that the coalition does have a day of reckoning in that regard. Unfortunately, One Nation won't get where they want to get unless they start selling a PM alternative. If Barnaby is going to do it, then he better get on it now. Like, would you back? So you back Barnaby for PM? I think he's a good option. It's an interesting one. Comrades, Jag in the house. How you going? Jungle Potatoes. I shudder at the thought of Barnaby as PM. Could you imagine? Eh? It'd be pretty funny. Could you imagine when they have their Christmas parties and all that sort of stuff, general celebrations, watching your PM stumble in the garden, pissed around Parliament House? Hey, bring Australia, hey, make Australia great again. That's for sure. At least he would be blackout drunk 90% of the time. He probably wouldn't get a whole lot done. Oh my god. I shudder at the thought of Albo as PM, says Dilemmas. What if he passes speech laws to limit Australia's civil rights? Oh, right. I enjoy when Labor are winning the polls as it's all legit. As soon as the narrative changes, suddenly the polls come under scrutiny. Not my ideal choice, but I won't vote for Albo or Lie. Hey, not even Susan Double S Lie. Come on. What is the misleading title today? I don't know if I would consider MotoClick big tech. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. But like, it does seem to be an attack on tech. I didn't know what else to say with that one. You wouldn't call it big tech, like some tech firm that helps organize labor for the disposal of, I guess, the other elements of the consumption class, right? But for like other capitalists who, engage in the production of commodities that need to be consumed very quickly, right? Never even heard of it. But like, I assumed though that MotoClick, and we can look into this, but I assumed that MotoClick was one of those companies, like kind of thing, that like you don't know who they are, but they're behind and they run a lot of things in the background. So yeah, I haven't come across them, but I did assume that they had enough significance for them to be named and shamed here. Or maybe they're just the target. This is a warning shot, a shot across the bow to be like, hey, we're going to start helping out the precarious workers of the United States, not the United States, of New York City, and you're an easy target, and let this be a warning to the rest of you. So, oh yeah, I assumed it was one of those companies in the background. Who would you hate more, your enemy or a traitor? The Liberals are the traitors. They became that when they deleted the Menzies statement from their website. I think it's a chop shop competitor for DoorDash, Uber Eats, etc. of the world. Yeah, okay. So maybe that's what this is, potentially. We'll look into it. We'll see. But like, Mamdani, hey, Jack, hey, is looking like he's getting involved in the class war, hey, living up to some of those democratic socialist principles after all. We'll see what the first 100 days has in store for it. But if this is the trajectory, class warfare, then bring it on. We'll see though. They deleted the Menzies statement. They must be steeing up for a full rebrand. And the media continuously needs conflict to keep eyes on the news so they can sell advertising dollars. Labor versus Liberal is too boring and people switch off. However, if we sell a story of a crazy new third contender, now that's advertising space we can sell. That's an interesting theory. I like it. Only as much as the Dems / the Zionists allow him. Well, look, maybe in this age, that's the type of class war that you're going to get from a politician of this nature. And like, if he gets some kind of wins on the board, like I know it's sealed with the approval of, you said, the Democratic establishment and the Zionists lobby. Like there's his small fry. They don't give a shit about Click. Who the hell are they anyway? But like, maybe this is all you can do. Like working class stuff that you can do from that station. They did that a while ago, like I said. Traitors. There it is. These be fighting words. Dilemma's not happy with the Liberals on that one. All right, so yeah, if you're not aware, we have been we've entered into, I guess, a new phase of geopolitics, which is being debated right now or talked about right now with the World Economic Forum. There's been a number of world leaders that have got up to deliver their speeches, their addresses to the World Economic Forum. And one of the ones that have been kind of, I don't know, getting attention is the one by Mark Carney, who is the leader in Canada. And so people are kind of like, "Ooh, what's going on here? What's going on here?" He's been saying some pretty, I guess you'd say, controversial things um, in the environment. That is, Trump retaliates based on what he feels as personal attacks to him. And I think Carney's come out with some pretty big calls that like people are taking notice of. I've heard some kind of rubbish banter about how it's like the most important or most powerful speech ever, like kind of thing. And like, it's liberal establishment stuff, but like he is calling out the fact that we don't have a rules-based order anymore. And we need to like stick by our principles if we don't want the world descending into chaos, like the type of 1984 chaos that George Orwell would have described, where you just have like three superpowers that are like you kind of don't really know what they're up to, kind of thing, and they control the entire state of world affairs and their entire populations. They stake out claims over the world for themselves, and they just control from on high. And he's kind of hinting towards that type of future. It's pretty scathing. I think it's gotten um, a lot of praise from people who are looking or struggling to find um, their courage, let's say, in a world dictated at the moment by whatever Trump seems to think is necessary for America's interests, whether it be attacking neighbors in their hemisphere, or destabilizing countries, or encouraging this destabilization of countries in the Middle East, or like literally threatening allies, I guess you would say. And so Carney looks like this, I don't know, white knight, who's standing up against the Trumpian age, it would seem. So have a look at this. It's a long one, but I think it's like a seminal speech, and people are going to be referencing this. And like, is he the spokesperson for the resistance, the European or the NATO resistance, inclusive of Canada? And are they all going to stand against Trump's America and bring about some type of change? I don't know. Maybe people are putting way too much into this speech, but it seems like people are really enamored with it. So we might as well have a listen just to see what all the fuss is about. Eh? That theory would be true if the Liberals ever represented me or those around me. Big business is moving offshore now, so the donor class is getting smaller and smaller. Mr. Big Bank Carney. Yes, I wonder whose interests he's really representing there. Yeah, it's easy for him to say he has a platform and is not living paycheck to paycheck. Lots of fancy economic talk about strengthening the economy, but for who? Yes, it's an interesting point, I must say. Yo, what's up? Can't stay for long, so good luck with the stream. Thank you very much for us. It's good to have you. Hope you're well. That Canadian made system is a real morale boost for the country. I'm not sure the reference. Please explain more, but let's have a listen to what he has to say. Again, is this another one of those kind of watershed moments in global diplomacy where people start to get a backbone, where people start to remember who they are as sovereign states and nations, as world leaders, and start to turn away from a rogue state, basically the US, who basically does whatever they want, it would seem anyway. And they're going to start to forge, reshape diplomatic relations in an effort to get away from the US. Like Canada, I see that to be an absolute, yeah, impossible task, to be honest, that they could actually shape themselves in a way to rely on people on the other side of the Atlantic and not have to feel the effects of the burn of the US. So like it's double kind of ballsy for him. It's easier, I think, for the Europeans to say this stuff, but for him, like with Trump right there, down below, watching, these be fighting words in the current age. These be fighting words. So let's have a look.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And in it, he asked a simple question: how did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with a greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window: "Workers of the world unite." He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false.
There you go. That's what living under an oppressive regime or hegemonic power on the world stage feels like being a shop owner in the east of the communist Soviet Union somewhere, and repeating the ritual that is putting the little piece of propaganda in your shop front window because that's what everybody's expected to do. And it's these little minute details, these little functions that people perform on a daily basis that gives legitimacy, let's say, that gives life to corrupt, powerful entities. And so like if you just keep on doing the same thing, not only is it not in your long-term interests, but it's not going to make anything better. You must resist. This is the story that we're hearing. I love how he's using evil communism to paint the picture here. So what are we comparing? What are we comparing? What's the analogy going on here? That like Trump is no better than a communist dictatorship, an evil totalitarian society. We're basically living under a totalitarian regime. Interesting implication there.
Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. 4 decades.
Yeah, I told you, these be fighting words, ladies and gentlemen. Take your signs down. Businesses and states. Like, you live in a world that is closer to fascism than anything else when you have world leaders or prominent persons around the world who are appealing to the state and corporations, basically, to be the ones the unity between the state and the corporate sector, the corporatism, which is what Mussolini defined as like the apogee of fascism. Like he's appealing to that melding together almost of the uni power of the corporate state to be the one that resists a hegemonic power, to allow the type of inverted totalitarianism that we have at the moment. So like the corporate fascism that we have at the moment to continue. Hey, we don't want this kind of crazy Trump style fascism and authoritarianism. We much prefer the World Economic Forum style, where like everybody just gets to trade with one another and states and powerful corporations dictate to the human race what goes down. And it's time for us to take the American flag, take the American Express sticker that you see in every shop window. It's time to take out the American Express symbol out of the shop window. Not the workers of the world unite symbol. No. We're taking the American Express out of all of our shop fronts. Here we go. My God. Friends, I don't know if he has any. Damn, we live in a society. Oh my God. Globalist World Economic Forum. So good. Just like Australia's elected dictatorship. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it is a dictatorship, a bourgeois dictatorship. Very apt description there, Dilemmas. How we doing? Seen the boys are fighting now. Andrew and Nick Shirley. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. And they seemed like they were so chummy the other day as well. Hey, what happened to that? They were getting along just fine, talking about old times when they used to, hang out together. They're giving each other tips when they were first starting out. Now they hate each other. It's unfortunate, isn't it? See what happens when the rich are victims of a system that serves the ultra rich. Suddenly, socialism. Now, I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't go that far. Let him speak. I wouldn't say that he's advocating for that at all. I think he's advocating for what all liberals do, which is like we have one psycho or rogue nation out there that is fucking up world trade for the rest of us. We could be all making bank. This guy's making the world unstable. The orange man is making the world unstable. Can we just go back to when we knew we could do business, when the IMF ruled, indebted the small countries, and allowed big foreign capital to reign supreme and hold everyone as debt slaves? Can we not go back to these times, please? Can we not? Can we not? Shirley turned out to be just a moron all along. Andrew debunked his expose. Oh, really? Well, we'll have a look at it. I think you put that in the general chat, so we'll have a look at that later. Yeah, you did. You posted it, yeah. I think you should watch the Andrew video he just dropped for afters. He goes into how he edited the footage to make Nick seem clearer and more coherent than what he actually was. Like Nick's saying, release the unaltered footage. Be careful what you wish for. Look, I'm sure there are plenty of parts where Nick looked like a dumbass in that interview. Let's be honest here, which is it's not hard for Mr. Benevolent. But hey, the way that he depicted Nick Shirley is, anyway, he depicted Andrew actually as being like omitting admissions that he made is interesting. This is not just about how Andrew's cut Nick to make Nick look better. Andrew's cut his own rhetoric out of there, it would seem. Anyway, that's the claim that Nick is making. I can't believe I'm defending Nick Shirley. Here we go. All right. And back to the liberal. This is the last stand of the liberals. This is our final battle. And we will do it against Trump, who is screwing up the world order, damn it. Apparently there's 3 hours of footage. Nearly 2 of them are him repeating himself or dead air. Fair enough. All right, let's do this.
For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue value.
We benefit from the imperial call. It's an important admission Hey, the world was supposedly stable, which just meant the Americans policed the world outside of the Soviet Union and made us able to trade and make bank, basically at the expense of all the underdeveloped countries of the world. That's what that means.
Values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim.
This is the truest shit we're gonna hear from someone like this ever. Did you hear that? And he was like, "We joined the world order because it was good for trade. We benefited as an industrial society at the expense of the undeveloped countries of the world, and we were able to make hay where the sun shine." But we also knew that the real powerful players in the UN or in that world order would do whatever they want whenever they feel like, because they had the power to do so. And they would do so by economic means and economic warfare, and they would do that by literal warfare. And, you know, the only person, international, or the people that international rules apply to are those that are too weak to really defend themselves against the superpowers. It's a pretty fair assessment, eh? It's a pretty fair assessment. My God.
This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals, and we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited.
This is such bullshit. Like, they have been using economic warfare on the world stage, like, for not only just the entire of human civilization, like, you know, empire agendas, coerce lower powers with economic warfare. But like, the Americans have been doing this indiscriminately on the world stage since World War II, potentially further than that. But like, let's just consider like modern history, let's say post-modernity. And like, it was okay before. It's just like when people get pinched now, like Canada, Europe, places who are just like, oh man, I thought we were friends. Like, when they get hit up with like tariffs and economic pressures, now it's not acceptable. Now this is outrageous. Okay? Absolutely outrageous. I mean, just track with Europe's history, not just the last 100 years. Europe is finally losing its place at the center of Western power, and they are terrified at the prospect. Fair assessment. Yeah, but who bankrolled the Trump campaign? He didn't get there from small donors. Yeah, it's a fair point. But I would say like it's the American bourgeoisie and factions within the American bourgeoisie that have mostly bankrolled Trump. And it's why we're seeing the stuff that we're seeing at the moment as well, for the most part. Rules for thee and not for me. Yeah, pretty much. That's what happens when you're the biggest kid in the playground.
You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you,
Like, what a fuckwit. Like, honestly, like, you know how many times they have backed countries into corners over this stuff, economically cutting them off, blockading them, what have you. A country that cannot feed itself is desperate. And like that is just the world at large now, or like it has been for fucking decades, and now it's unacceptable behavior. Seriously, good point, but they let it happen. Evil is when you do nothing or whatever the line is. Yeah, you're not telling me no one could tap them on the shoulder and say, "Hey, bro, don't do that." Yeah, because they've been able to make bank off it, and now that bank is threatened. Then it's just like, has we really descended into this style of diplomacy where people are cut off from the world economy and their people starve? Is this what the human race has come to? Yeah, it's been like this for a while.
you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable.
There's the fucking
there's
$1 million liberal point. That's how you know you're listening to someone. And when I say liberal, I mean this in the actual sense of the term, not like the American sense, where it's just like, you know, progressive blue-haired woman screaming about something, snowflake stuff. Like, I'm talking about liberals, like people that set up the world, liberal institutions who care about the economy, and they think that a free society is built around a free world that trades with one another, and you have free society and you have equality because people should be able to come to the market as free individuals to trade with one another. And the human race is most prosperous when people are able to freely trade with one another, exchange with one another, enter into a marketplace as equals, and are protected in that arrangement. That is the most that is the height of human civilization, when the marketplace is protected so everyone can have access to it. And that's when the human race does the best. This is the liberal line here.
Will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable.
So like the world without the stability, without people being able to trade, everything comes crashing down. The human race will cease to be, which is what he's talking about. But only when the liberals hold the power / the ownership, or feel like they have some control over it, then everything's okay. If a country can't feed or defend itself without outside help, ? You mean like is not real? Like pretty much like every country. Like, let's be honest. Like, what about Australia? We'd be pretty screwed if we weren't part of the world system. I think most countries are like that. China's like that. And like they basically produce for the world. They still need certain inputs into their production line in order to survive. Like, he's right to the extent that, yes, having a world that is able to engage with one another diplomatically allows for there to be a global environment, like a global like basically a human race that like connects with one another, as opposed to breaking into little tribal elements. Because in a complex industrial society with, you know, unimaginable divisions of labor, like, we don't all make all things. Not all countries aren't really independent anymore. Like, you know, who's really fully self-sufficient? North Korea. Like, I know they probably get a bit of assistance from China and probably from Russia too, but outside of that, like, you know, if the rest of the world went into, like, if shit goes down in Iran tomorrow and like somebody starts firing nukes and we go into nuclear winter, or like the world system as we know it, the evil globalists shut down tomorrow and world trade stops, North Korea will be fine. They're pretty self-sufficient, but like pretty much a lot of countries around the world are completely screwed. And so like, this is the liberal order. They need everything to be moving, and they feel threatened when things are potentially not moving, thanks to one person, it would seem, on the world stage kind of doing their best to tear it apart, diplomatically apart from when a country wants to be more socialistic. Sounds like you're holding water for Israel. Did you get the call? Are we going to see mysterious studio upgrade? LOL. No, you know how you'll know? When I have the same fucking lapel or little pin as our mate Bob Catter did yesterday, when I have an Israel flag above the Australian flag on my t-shirt. Then you'll know, bro. Then you'll know. You'll know for sure.
And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies
Hegemons. I wonder who he's talking about there. Let me count all of the world hegemons out there. No, seriously.
will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarity.
Can you hear the liberal messaging is so hard on this one? It's like it's so much better for us to all be a one world community that trades with one another than everyone, building up fortresses, which is the world that we're moving into at the moment in the current environment where people feel like they're under attack, literally and figuratively. They're going to start building up walls. And we've been here in world history for a long time. And one of the wonders of capitalism was supposed to be about breaking down the barriers of culture and opening up the world for a world market. And so that international sentiment was held together by exchange, which is what he's talking about, etc., etc. But we are potentially reverting into something else, a development where everyone starts building up fucking walls and blocking each other out. Sneaky ninja. There you go. The World Economic Forum planned COVID. So good. Do you have any other ones that I've heard so many amazing conspiracy theories about what the WEF does. They have all these plans for controlling the world and all that sort of stuff. And while I think they're powerful and they're a huge network of some of the most rich and despicable people out there that just go and rub shoulders because they fucking can, the idea that they have this grand master plan for society, and because of their own individualistic and business interests, and I guess you would say nationalistic interests at some point, that they could all agree on controlling the human race together instead of controlling the human race as individuals that have incredible egos. I just find it too far-fetched that these guys could all agree on some master plan. But there's some good, I'll agree with you, there's some good there's some great conspiracy theories out there about Klaus Schwab, specifically, that guy. He's got so many conspiracy theories about him, and there's some great ones out there too. The trick is to get the other country to pay for the wall. Yeah, how did that go? I bet you not a cent either was given. Not a fucking cent was given to pay for the wall. Okay? The trick is to convince your people that the other country will pay for the wall. That's fucking politics. He's a goddamn genius in that regard. You got to give him credit for that.
These are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious.
Come on, what is it?
Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old, comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically confirm.
You'll own nothing and you will be happy. Ida Orkin, World Economic Forum 2026, 2016. Yes, that was a big call. That's been quoted so much. And like there's a lot of truth to that. I'll tell you who benefits from that type of philosophy as well. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. The tech bros. I know that's a controversial term, but like the tech bros, bro. And then 3 years later, COVID. But like, how do you correlate exactly COVID with you will own nothing and you will be happy? Like, was there just like a lot of property loss during COVID, or everyone went on to subscriptions or something like that? The brothers of tech, brother. Yes, not tech bros, the brothers of tech. That's actually pretty good. That sounds like there's some type of like Knights Templar or ancient order or something like that. They'd probably like that. Peter Thiel would love that. The brothers of tech. Oh. If we were going to pick someone to make the world think you're evil, you pick Klaus. Yeah, fair enough. Just the accent triggers that Hollywood propaganda. Yes, don't you reckon? Everybody's got that trigger in them from watching enough Hollywood movies. That's just like, yeah, I don't know. Eh? The accent. He does sound suspicious. He probably does have ambitions on world domination. It's plausible, man. Just listen to the guys speak.
Deferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values.
But, you know, when push comes to shove, we're definitely more pragmatic than we are principled.
Pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically, with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence. Given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength.
These are beautiful words, aren't they? They're just lovely. Like, you know, it's very poetic. We are relying on the value of our strength. Okay? So not only are we going to use our strength, we're going to do it in a way that upholds our value system. Well, I in hope so. I in hope so. Time will tell, Mr. Liberal. It is your lot that have led to the current situation. It is your lot who has created the world. Is the class interests of bourgeois people like you, rich and powerful folk. They care not for anything, but as long as the economy is going well, then the human race should be going well, right? Right? And what does the economy mean in a measure for people sitting in a World Economic Forum? I know, like, how's the share market going? Are stocks going up? Oh, yeah, well, they are. Well, the world economy must be wonderful. All these plebs complaining about inflation and cost of living crises. They don't know what they're talking about. The share market's killing it. Fucking plebs. Hey, it's people like you, man, that have contributed to this. So like a little bit more of the same is not going to do much at all. It'll tend towards this always. Sneaky Ninja, COVID was a biological disaster to destabilize international markets, cause significant money printing by central banks, inflation up, asset prices up, private equity buyed many devalued assets. It was all by design. You can't even die from COVID unless you are elderly, LOL. It's an interesting one. Because, like, you know, you could argue that, like, people manufacture financial crises for the same thing, right? They wait for the crash. And that's when you buy, baby. You buy. Oh, this sounds nice. Almost too good to be true. Strength through diversity. Yeah, I know, right? A liberal trash. Just sounds like he's telling us Trump's game plan. I've never had COVID. Was it even real? Not a lot of flu cases during that time. Just saying, man. Graph go up is good, right? That's pretty much it. That's how these people think. And like as long as the economy is doing well, however they measure it, then it's okay.
We are building that strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, and business investment. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors, and beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade. And
what are they going to do with the AI when they invest in it? They need to produce it. We talked about this with China the other day. China is powerful because it produces things. It does not just invest in it. Hey, come and build your stuff here. They produce it. You got to produce your own AI for you to be a player in that game.
Doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defence Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents in 6 months. In the past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships with China and Qatar. We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur.
Pretty good.
We're doing something else.
That's some hardcore trade right
To
there.
help solve global problems, we're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So on Ukraine,
They're like, basically, they're engaging in diplomacy. That's what that means. Hey, we will seek coalitions and agreements with people based on our shared interests. So over certain issues, when we have a shared interest, we'll seek to have a relationship with them. It's called fucking diplomacy, bro. Like seriously, he's making it sound like they're rewriting the book in the age of Trump because they got to resist the machine. That's unstable all of a sudden. And they're going back to basics. And that's what he's claiming here. And so like it sounds good. It does really sound good in the face of what has been happening geopolitically at the moment. But like this is just old sentiments rehashed in a sexy new 2026 lingo, baby. You know, we're making coalitions, baby, strategic ones. It's like, okay, fine. Diplomacy, yes. And like you're doing trade. And so basically what he's talking about here is that Canada has figured out that America is incredibly unstable at the moment. And when you're a liberal, as in like when you're bourgeois, you're the economic establishment, you control corporations, large corporations and nation states, you need a safe place to invest. That is just one of the laws of commerce. That like if you try to invest and start a business or open up a new arm of something in a country where the leader sets tariff policies because he's pissed off when he wakes up in the morning, like that's not stable enough. So like it might sound like it's this grandiose principled strength, value of our strength position here, but he's basically saying America's unstable and American instability is affecting its relationships with other people, and so we'll form our own relationships and just not invite America anymore. And so we're going to go to ASEAN, we're going to go to China, we're going to go to South America, we're going to go to Europe, and we'll just do our own trade deals there without American interference. I mean, that should be sweet, right? Right? Are we cool, G? Are we cool? Hey? Well, Mr. Carney over here forgets he's in one of the most precarious positions because he's on the North American continent. Like a lot of Europeans could get away with this speech in a much easier fashion. He's definitely tied to the American and tied through trade. He's making it sound like they fully divested from America, but like Canada and America's economy are like, they're intertwined, just like the US and Mexico, completely intertwined and reliant on one another. So like, he's opened up, he's diversified. Yeah, Mr. Risk Management over here, but like, is it as principled as he's saying? Or are they just protecting their investments? Come on. Diversity? No. Not like that. You think differently. New trade corridors? Cough, China. Hey, somebody needs to get access to the Arctic. Dilemmas, does Tucker know Canada is working with Qatar? Or is that a conflict of interest? So you should listen to the Tate interview. I saw that in there. I don't know if I Might have to do that in my own time. He makes similar points about America. LOL, there he is, revolutionary all the way. Voltaire, they only care about values when it doesn't negatively affect their capital interests. Yeah, so like they're doing business. It makes sense what he's talking about. They're doing business. It's good. Okay? And we're looking for things outside of the US, but it's just because it's unstable to invest in. It's less about being antithetical to the orange man and we're standing up for the rights of humanity. Are you? Or are you just looking for a more stable place for capital to flow? And in next week's news, Gen Z unrest rages in Alberta. Yeah, you know what I can't wait for? I can't wait for Trump's response to this. If he responds, who the fuck knows? It's hard to tell. But like, I'm waiting for the Truth Social post, or like they catch him off guard in an interview somewhere else. The press are like, have you heard about what Mr. Coney said about you, Trump? And he's just like, fuck him. I never liked him anyway. Can't wait for his response. We'll see. Jen said, unrest rages in Alberta. Human rights violations in Alberta continue, rioting, protesting, and bring down government buildings. We're locked and ready to go. We're gonna liberate our comrades in Canada.
We're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
He said it. He said the thing. He said the thing. This is what pisses off one particular world leader when people start to rally behind Denmark and Greenland at the moment. He's put a big target on himself just then. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube right now and you hadn't already, hit the like button and follow or subscribe if you haven't done that as well. But yeah, hit the like button. Helps with search and discovery. Do it right now or I'll break your legs.
Our commitment to NATO's Article 5 is unwavering. So we're working with our NATO allies, including the Nordic Baltic 8, to further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's unprecedented investments in over-the-horizon radar, in submarines, in aircraft, and boots on the ground, boots on the ice. Canada strongly opposes tariffs.
Boots on the ice, eh? Yeah. Do you see what he subtly did there? He was saying, we are ready for Arctic warfare. And like, if we support Greenland and the Danes on this one, watch out, Trump. Eh? You don't know which side we're going to be on. Keep him guessing. I love it when they say name of a movie in the movie.
Over Greenland, and calls for focused talks to achieve our shared objectives of security and prosperity in the Arctic. On plurilateral trade, we're championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union, which would create a new trading bloc of 1.5 billion people. On critical minerals, we're forming buyers' clubs anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify away from concentrated supply. And on AI, we're cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we won't ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers.
I don't know how you're going to do that, buddy. But like, if you missed, yeah, it's hard to read between the lines of some of the stuff that he's talking about here. But he's talking about there are two hegemons that control AI, and they can hyperscale that shit because they have the means of production. They have the ability to do so because they've invested so much in this arms race. They control it almost completely. He's talking about China and the US. There are only two centers of the real AI world out there, or one that actually has any significance. It is the US. It is Silicon Valley, let's say. And it is China. Like, China has AI capabilities that are definitely rivaling the US. They probably have capabilities that are much better on certain items and certain tasks. And so he's like, we're trying to work with other players out there on like making sure that we're not too reliant on two hegemons to provide the world's AI. Because if AI is the next revolution, it's the next phase of the industrial revolution, like steam power before it or something like that. Something that is going to change the human race and how we produce value, how all of us come together as laborers and offer ourselves up to the service of capital to produce stuff, which is what society is at the end of the day. If AI is going to be the new fuel of producing value soon, it's the next phase of mechanization. Anyone who doesn't have control over that is completely fucked. Is completely fucked. It'd be like, you know, at the start of the Industrial Revolution, as I'm saying, and like there were countries that had steam power and the ones that didn't. Everyone else was like just a backwards peasantry nation. And the other ones were producing machines that could control entire populations. This is what AI, this is where we're at with AI at the moment. There will be, he's right, there will be two communities out there, two hegemons out there that will have the machines that can control the human race. And like, you'll have to pick one. And he's like, well, maybe if we get together with Europe, we might not have to pick between Chinese domination in that space or American domination in that space. Who knows who we're actually going to choose at the end of the day. But like all of us plebs, we're going to have to pick one. Or all of us middle powers, as he likes to describe. That's what I'm speaking to the Australians that are watching this right now, and basically everybody else who's not China or the US. All of us middle powers are going to have to pick one of those markets. We have to pick. We go with Chinese AI, we're going with American AI. I'm pretty sure we're all completely, if you're watching this, you're probably coming from a Western nation or something like that, or someone aligned somehow with Western trade interests. And we're probably going to go with the American option, let's be honest. But like, that's a big call from him. Good luck with that. Good luck trying to make your own AI race there. I was going to watch Timecast because the Aussie expat Amy Dangerfield is on. And I wanted to hear the conversation about speech laws, but I'm going to stay here. I'm a brand loyal. Thank you. If there's other interesting stuff going on, please, by all means, dip in and out. Or just like give us updates if something interesting is happening around the internet. But thanks for your loyalty. I appreciate it.
This is not naive multilateralism, nor is it relying on their institutions. It's building coalitions that work, issues by issue, with partners who share enough common ground to act together. In some cases, this will be the vast majority of nations. What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities. Argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
That's a good one. But hey, us middle powers, if we're not on the table, sorry, we're on the menu. Hey, it's one for all you fucking plebs out there too.
We're on the menu. But I'd also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have the market size, the military capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms. Middle powers do not. But when we only negotiate by...
Sneaking Njikani is an idiot. Not happy. Like most Americans, the conversation will only revolve around America.
Laterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It's the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: compete with each other for favor, or to combine to create a third path with impact.
Woozle in the house, how you going? Just dissolved all my US financial positions as Trump was destroying my crash bought profits. Please explain. What are we talking about here?
We shouldn't allow the rise of hard power to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong. if we choose to wield them together. Which brings me back to Havel. What does it mean for middle powers to live the truth? Well, first, it means naming reality. Stop invoking rules-based international order as though it still functions as advertised.
Boom. Did you hear that? Like what he was admitting there? That the rules-based order is a complete farce. He's directly calling out the UN. He said the UN does. He basically just said the UN, the like international law, like stop calling it or pretending like it works as advertised. It doesn't have any meaning. It has no meaning. That's what that sentence is. This is a stark realization. This is the real politic of Mark Carney. Saying it, we've all saying the quiet part out loud. We've all been thinking it. And it's just like, yeah, this bullshit where we say, hey, Netanyahu's a war criminal. Why are we letting him fly through Italian, French, Greek airspace on his way to the US and not arresting him? He's like, Mark Carney, I'll tell you, because it's all bullshit. There's no such thing as a rules-based order. Hey, we've all been thinking it.
Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window.
Do you know what? Like, if he actually had the fucking balls to say what he's really talking about, that would be incredible. What he just said was, let's hear him again. Ready?
Silent. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window.
So he's talking about, he's upset. People like him and the Europeans are all upset that Trump would have the audacity to hit them up with 10% tariffs and 25% tariffs soon because they support Greenland. And then they're full of the hypocrisy to be like, when Trump it clearly has sanctioned and crippled Iran for the sake of destabilizing their government, which basically means the people of Iran are suffering economically, suffering because the US decides to sanction them without going through proper channels. Just like what they've all decided to do with Russia as well. They've sanctioned Russia. What they've decided to do with Venezuela, what the Americans decided to do with Venezuela and Cuba, and like all of these places. Like, oh, it's okay when they do it to Cuba, Iran, and Russia. Hey, that's fine. But like, hey, don't you hit us up with tariffs? That's not right. He's not allowed to do that, is he? Did we facilitate this by turning a blind eye to it? Hey, he's so close to saying it how it is, but like, still so liberal at the same time. There's that word standards again. Oh man.
It means building what we claim to believe in. Rather than waiting for the old order to be restored, it means creating institutions and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enables coercion. That's building a strong domestic economy. It should be every government's immediate priority. And diversification internationally is not just economic prudence, it's a material foundation for honest foreign policy, because countries earn the right to principled stands by reducing their vulnerability to retaliation. So Canada. Canada has what the world wants. We are an energy superpower. We hold vast reserves of critical minerals. We have the most educated population in the world.
Is that true? Does anyone believe that? Like, here's the business pitch for Canada now. Are you listening? All right, we are open for business, baby.
Our pension funds are amongst the world's largest and most sophisticated investors. In other words, we have capital, talent. We also have a government with immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. And we have the values to which many others aspire. Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free. Canadians remain committed to sustainability. We are a stable and reliable partner in a world that is anything but. A partner that builds and values relationships for the long term. And we have something else. We have a recognition.
Oh, hold up there. We're going to fact check you, buddy. I've got my research assistant out. Let's have a look here. Short answer, Canada is often ranked as having the most educated adult population in the world when you measure education by percentage of adults with tertiary college or university education. Canada has the highest share of adults between 25 and 64 with a tertiary education among OECD countries. Interesting. This ranking places Canada ahead of advanced economies like Japan, Ireland, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and the United States in terms of this specific measure. Well, fair enough. I take it back. I take it back.
Recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We are taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and a most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power.
The powerful have their power. The middle powers have nothing but cooperation. I think Ninja Nurse brought up the fact that, like, you know, when in doubt, they will turn, when desperate, they're going to turn to socialism. Well, this is as close as you're going to get to it. The middle powers, basically, the powerful have power. Like, it's pretty clear the Americans have a lot of power, and they will exercise that indiscriminately whenever they feel like it. But, like, you know, the middle powers, they don't have the power. So they're going to have to come together. They're going to have to form a collective, hey? And they are powerful or more powerful when they are together, hey? United against an actual power, kind of like when workers unite, hey? Against their boss or the evil employer. They have power in numbers. They get picked off as individuals, but if they work as a collective, they have some actual weight to contend with the titans that roam across the globe. Interesting, eh? I think that was a very prescient call from you before, Ninja Nurse. He's looking for a bit of a socialist response here for the middle powers of the world. I know plenty of dumbasses that went to uni. Hey, being educated doesn't mean that you're intelligent. It just means you are trained and you can fit into the economy in a very specific area. The American Empire is making a comeback. It's time to join. It's so good. It's a bit like the Empire Strikes Back kind of stuff. That's a good analogy. I like that. Not socialist. More like social-ish. Hey, like they're being social. They're talking, and I think the word he used was cooperation. Hey, let's not conflate that with collectivism.
We have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together. That is Canada's path. We choose it openly and confidently, and it is a path wide open to any country willing to take it with us. Thank you very much.
Come with us, boys. Hey, come with Canada. All right, do you feel inspired? Hey, shall we join hands with Mark Carney and dance off into the sunset? You're feeling those social-ish vibes, ladies and gentlemen? No? No, but it's a good message for the world, for the middle powers of the world, that like power is for the powerful. And for the rest of us, we're going to have to do something. Because if we continue to turn a blind eye to what's been going on, it's gonna get worse. He should have just admitted it. We've caused this situation because of the fact we've turned a blind eye because it's been good for business, but now it's threatening our profit margins. It may be time to stand up to it because it is actually causing the instability that we have feared in the marketplace. But like, we probably can't save ourselves from ourselves because this is how we got here in the first place. So there's no real hope for the human race continuing with this type of pattern. But it was a nice speech. Thanks, Carney. All right. I love your point. What do the union busters do when they get picked on by the bigger fish? They unionize. That's pretty funny. He'll probably be working as a carny if Trump has anything to say about all of this. Yeah, could you imagine? He gets kicked out. He gets in the middle of the night. He gets taken out, right, by Delta Force. Ends up in a circus somewhere. Funny thing is, America doesn't want Canada. Too many liberals, and it would mess up their electoral college. LOL. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think you've said that one before. Depends. Do they treat them as one entire state or let them fracture into other, like, smaller states? Do they even give them electoral college votes? Hey? Like, you can still be a territory of the US without having any real fucking voting rights. That's probably what's going to happen with Greenland too, I guess. Interesting. So this is the one that's been sending shockwaves around the world. Everyone's like, yeah, you go, girl. You go, Carney. You stand up to America. Eh? And that's what kind of people have been making a fuss about. You know what I think people should be making a fuss about, though? Like, let's be honest. Carney, bit of a douchebag. What about this baller? I have gained so much more respect for this guy ever since I've seen this footage. What a fucking legend. Who in their right mind, world leader, and like, this isn't just a middle power, like a small middle power. This is an upper middle power. He's in the upper middle class of the world establishment, and he rocks up to the World Economic Forum like this. What a badass motherfucker. Now, you're probably sitting there asking yourself the question, why the fuck is he wearing sunnies? That's right. Sunnies is Australian for sunglasses. They're like, why the fuck is he wearing sunnies? Now, I'll tell you. People think that he's got some type of like eye infection or something like that. And so like he needs to keep the glasses on because he doesn't want people focusing on how bad his eye looks. Now, call me Candace Owens, but like maybe he's had another one of those in-flight altercations with his missus and she punched him in the face. And he's got a bit of a shiner under there. He's got a black eye or something else. And he can't let anyone see it. So there's all this speculation out there in the world about why he's rocked up like this. Maybe it's just because, as Hobo Joe has said, what a boss. Maybe he's just one badass mofo. Like, it really could just be like, because we're going to watch a little bit of his speech. I'm not going to put you through all of it. But like, he's got up there and been pretty damning again to Trump. He's basically, the World Economic Forum in 2026 is just going to be a Trump bashing fest. But like, he's said some pretty like outlandish things about like how like the world is descending into chaos, and he's doing it with glass sunnies on. Like, he's got his badass aviators on and he just looks like an absolute baller. So good. Macron gets beaten up by his geriatric wife. Well, it may be the reason. Maybe he has got a black eye under that. We'll never know, I guess. We'll never know. It is from when his Mr. Oh, right, I get what he's trying to do there. Socked him for back talking. You beat me to it. Yeah, I beat you to it, brother. You'll be faster than that. Hey? All right, let's have a listen to badass Macron. Hey, Miss Reeve, I'm going to do a stream about why I should sleep with this guy. I got you covered. Really? Yeah, he ticks the boxes. Like, he ticks my boxes right now with these fucking aviators on. As long as he keeps the glasses on, so I don't know where he's watching, what he's focusing on. I could do that. We could do that. I could be down with that. Lots of badasses get groomed by their school teachers, allegedly. Well, it's funny that you say that because that's not the story that I know. It's like she was married and happily married, and he's the homewrecker. He was the guy that was like, I loves this older woman, and like I must have her, like in true French fashion, and like love knows no boundaries, and he just made it his life's mission to have her, and he won her over. Listen, of all the world leaders, I could probably get a chub on him. You might need to speak to Dilemmas because he's got maybe not a world leader, but he's got a state leader for you, the Premier of South Australia. He's quite the fan with all the South Australian mums. He's got quite the bod, apparently. Video or it didn't happen. We have to fight off his missus first. She seems to be a bit like be quick with the hands, if you know what I mean. I'll hold. I'll fight her off. Yeah, look at this badass. Seriously, what's he up to? Honestly. All right, let's see what he has to say.
I'm extremely happy to be here.
Like, what a rock star. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I didn't think I was going to get this award, but, fuck you to all the haters. Like, what is he doing? Seriously. Yeah, Macron is like a French version of Milo. Yeah, that's what he looks like. Seriously. What's going on? Oh, mate. Milan. What's that? Milan skis? Yeah. I definitely respond to his signal message. Eh?
I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say, and it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability.
What the fuck? What's he? Is this a comedy routine that he's standing up for? He's like waiting for the drummer, Oh, sorry, the SA Premier. Is that what we're talking about here? And all other premierships are jealous of my premiers. I'm not going to read the rest of that out.
So let's try to address the key challenge of this in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized.
Say again.
I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing.
It's a bit rich hearing the French talk about somebody having imperial ambitions, I must say. Come on. My God. Give us the other one. Maybe he had a few lines beforehand. Nothing like a party at the World Economic Forum. Bro, that is probably so spot on, hey? Like, could you imagine all these people hanging out in ski resort, a ski town, without having a few lines of cocaine and some top quality World Economic Forum powder as well. Top quality straight from Colombia all the way. But first, I want to thank the Academy. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Oh la la. Did you say baguette? No way. Integer, he's hiding his black eye. Yeah, these are the rumors, man. These are the rumors. Look at him. You can tell he doesn't know what funk music sounds like. I want the glasses to stay on. Shots fired. I see Macron hired a new PR person. Man, he is on fire. He is on fire today. It's crazy. My God.
Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its fourth year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And
Yeah, what a stab that was. So like America recently, I don't know what's the word, like left, like took itself out of all these international bodies, like members, like important bodies that is part of as part of the UN, for example. Let's get a list of them actually. The Trump administration recently announced that it was withdrawing from a number of key international bodies. Can you list all of the organizations that it is withdrawing from? This is actually Bridget Macron, who has detransitioned to take the place of the French president. The eyes weren't finished, so they had to keep the glasses on. Wow. Ain't no fentanyl cut with these Bolivia snowfields. All right, here we go. So, yes, the Trump administration recently announced that the United States will withdraw from a sweeping list of international bodies, totaling 66 organizations. That is absolutely mental. That is mental. Like, talk about the soft power. Like, it is a thing. Like, if you have a stake in big organizations, international organizations, you can decide what to do on the world stage for a large part. The UN organizations, there's 31 of them. Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the UN Economic and Social Council, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Economic Social Commission for Western Asia, International Law Commission, International Trade Center, Office of Special Advisor on Africa, Peace Building Fund, Peace Building Commission, UN Alliance of Civilizations, UN Energy, UN Democracy Fund, UN Conference on Trade and Development, UN Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, woke rubbish. The UN Oceans, more woke rubbish right there. UN Water, UN Human Settlements Program, Institute for Training and Research, the Colombo Plan Council. These are non-UN organizations. The 24/7 Carbon-Free Energy Compact, woke rubbish. Commission for Environmental Cooperation, woke rubbish. Education Cannot Wait. Freedom Online Coalition. My God, there's so many. Far out. The International Energy Forum, International Solar Alliance. Who needs the sun anyway? Stupid sun. Thinks it's so good up there. Crazy, man. This is unprecedented stuff. And like, yeah, a lot of soft power just goes phew out the window there. Get the Mortaine. It's Louis Macron. There was a video of a man who attended one of these discussion panels at the World Economic Forum. While on stage, he was calling out how ironic it is that everyone arrived on private jets to discuss the environment. He has not been invited back since. Yeah, what a legend. Who needs the sun when you're the hottest? It's so good. America's so hot right now. We don't even need the sun. We don't even need it. I'm telling you, for the first time, we're actually hotter than the sun. And we'll be harnessing our own energy in the future. So good. So good. Who needs the sun when you're the hottest? All right. Let's see if we can get other gold out of this comedy routine.
when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time. because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from China, where massive excess capacities or distortive practices threaten to overwhelm entire industrial and commercial sectors. Export control has become more dangerous new tools, destabilizing global trade and the international system.
Have you guys seen this?
And the answer, in order to fix this issue, is more cooperation and building new approaches. And it's clearly building more economic sovereignty and strategic autonomy, especially for the Europeans, which is for me the core answer.
This guy.
In this context, I want to exclude two approaches. The first approach would be to, I would say, to passively accept the law of the strongest, leading to vassalization and bloc politics. I think accepting a sort of new colonial approach doesn't make sense. And all the head of state and government and business leaders, which would be too complacent with such an approach, will take a huge responsibility. The second will be to adopt a purely moral posture, limiting ourselves to commentary. That path would condemn us to marginalization and powerlessness. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans. On the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation.
Results through cooperation sounds like a bunch of middle powers again, eh? Trying to be social-ish and coming together in the face of the great powers who use their power. Eh? So if the World Economic Forum promote climate change but called out about jets and don't like that, doesn't that it make you think, if the elites are for it, maybe it's not true? Well, like, yeah, or it could just be like they will speak the talk, the language, that whatever they think is nice for them and helps them sleep at night, but they don't actually give a fuck about it at the end of the day. Like, it's probably the latter, I would say. Just like they talk about like all of this peace, and they talk about like multilateralism, and they talk about, you know, not engaging in economic warfare and all that sort of stuff. And they do it anyway. Colonial doesn't make sense. For the Frenchman, what about all the rubber in Cambodia and Vietnam? From reading papers published by the World Economic Forum, they primarily provide general advice on how policies can be formed, a list of things to consider and how businesses can cooperate, which the ideas at face value seem really good and practical stuff. Dilemmas makes me think that they think change and positive action are beneath them when they keep accelerating it. For a brief lifetime, they'll be richer than ever. Yes. Just like the rules-based order that they were complaining about. The laws apply to some, but not the powerful. For them, the standards don't apply. Because, hey, look, I need my private jet. I'm an important person. I need a jet set around the world. Everyone else, though, give up your plastic straws. Stupid plebs. You're the worst. All right, I think that's as fun as we're going to get out of old Macron. He's just going to repeat the similar rhetoric that we've heard Carney already say. Not going to get anything new there. How about Howard Lutnick? Let's see this guy. See what he has to say. So, like, Lutnick is what, like a commerce advisor, I think, for the president, or head of the commerce department or something like that. This sleazy businessman type. Eh? Secretary of Commerce, he is. Sorry, Secretary of Commerce. He was questioned in like a meeting, like they had like a panel discussion. He was questioned on like the whole America First thing and what that means in like 2026, given recent world events. Kind of seems like they're dishonest about everything. Eh? Hey, maybe I'm just cynical. No, I think that they do not practice what they preach at all. So like, we can all get down with that. The problem here is just similar to woke capitalism. Doesn't mean the ideas of renewability and sustainability aren't good or even achievable. There's things called Zoom calls, a lot better for the environment. But then private jets? Come on. Who's so woke? Who's the woke one now? Eh? The environment. Let's get together in Davos, wear sunnies and have Coke parties.
What the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact
No, that's what American neoliberalism has stood for. You fuck. Don't blame the World Economic Forum for America's foreign policies since the 80s. Oh, sorry, America's economic policy since the 80s and since the opening up of China. Come on.
it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty.
This is all the things that the US have done. And like, I don't think they needed the World Economic Forum to tell them to do these things. It's talking about like not gutting out your industrial base. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Why? Hey, why has that happened? And what are you scared about now? Scared about China. China being the industrial base of humanity. I like your idea, Dilemmas. At least with a Zoom call, folks can actually mute Trump. Hey.
On any other nation, and if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay, and so that...
Like, can you, though? Like, I thought the Americans and the Europeans had a pretty sound relationship. I never saw there really anything being that's going to be a fracture to their allegiance, especially because of their economic ties to one another. The old world and the new world coming together, inseparable forces. And like, he's like, oh, you know, rely on your allies only because they're the only people that you can count on. Not in this world, brother. Hey?
Is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries.
It's so good. It's so good. Like, he's not wrong, but he's like, why would you try decide to be subservient to China? Come on, we're right here. Have you forgotten about us? You should be subservient to America. Come on now. We set up this whole system so you would be beholden to us, and now you want to go to China? Assholes. Eh? So wrong. So not fair. You're supposed to be our bitch, not China's bitch. Because solar and wind are at the moment the most cost efficient. This guy, he is wrong. Well, he's not. He's not wrong about China though. Like his threat is like, why the f- are you going to be subservient to China? Hey, yeah, okay. If you don't produce this stuff, you will be economically dependent on China. But like, what's the alternative? Hey, stick with the current petrodollar system, as people like to describe it. Hey. Australia is America's strongest and oldest ally. Not right. That's not true. That's not true. We heard the claim the other day that Denmark is actually America's oldest ally and strongest ally based on the longevity of their relationship, which is why it's outrageous what they're doing to Greenland. But not even that was true. Apparently, Morocco reached out to America right at the start of the American, or just after the American Revolution, and opened up diplomatic relations with the US. So like, it's not Australia. Denmark trumps us apparently, and Morocco trumps everyone. They're the first people to, reach out to the Americans, it would seem.
Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity? China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make...
Look at all these people. They're just like, oh, is he allowed to say this? Oh my God. He's not saying the line. Like, they're all struggling. They don't even want to interject. They're still trying to get over the fact that this guy's talking. It's so good. The body language is so fucking precious.
China does not have...
Look at this guy. He looks like he's just tasted something. And you know when it goes down the back of your throat and like you can feel it there. He's not having a good time right now. Not having a good time. Hey, this guy's talking about realpolitik. Hey, we have oil and gas. And why would I trade that and give power to China, who produces the batteries and the solar? This is geopolitics, baby. Don't give it up. Okay, well, what's the alternative here? How much oil and gas and coal do the Europeans have? The same amount as America? Can they go it alone in that regard? No, not like the Americans can. Come on, bro. So what's the alternative? If you don't turn to China and use their green technologies, then we just rely on the Americans. Then that's the fucking alternative. Seriously, hey. That's physical pain. Yeah, look at their faces. It's so good. Oh, he's fucking oblivious. It's the most cringe. Like he's right geopolitically. He's like, they don't want to have to rely on Chinese industry to power their green revolution, the Green New Deal. Fine. Stay in the Stone Age, bro. Whatever. If that helps you maintain your independence, go for it. But like his appeal to these people at the moment, I don't know if they're listening. European countries are heavily investing. This is Voltaire in the Discord. If you're interested, go over and join. European countries are heavily investing in boosting their own solar panel production, driven by the Net Zero Industry Act, the Green Deal Industrial Plan, and the European Solar Charter, aiming to reduce reliance on Asian imports, especially China, and reach 40% sufficiency by 2030, with initiatives supporting local factories, upskilling, and research and development in advanced tech, like, what's that? Perovskites? I don't know what that is. Thanks for the information there. There you go. See, Europeans have got a plan. How do you like that, Lutnick? Eh? How do you like them apples? Any other country giving America $360 billion for subs they don't even have to hand over? Nah, we are the best ally for America. Just not for us. How do you say that name? Box, no, Bowie, Buixote. I don't know. He should have worn rose-colored glasses. Very good. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Let me know how you say it phonetically, please.
Oil and natural gas, electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that
this.
America first is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then don't be America alone, right?
It's such bullshit rhetoric. Like they give about American workers. Like all the policy decisions they've made so far. Like look at what they've done with the budget. Hey, like cutting food access, or cutting access for food support. Let's say, cutting funding that supports American healthcare. Come on, you don't give a shit about workers. Seriously. One of the first things they did this time last year was they started ramping up ICE operations, but at the same time, they didn't get rid of particular types of visas that allowed tech workers to come into the country because the techno-feudalists, the brothers of tech, required tech workers. They required, and the American market doesn't have them. So instead of, investing heavily in educating an American workforce to provide tech jobs or tech employees for the use of Silicon Valley, they just turned to India and opened up a specific form of visa. And even Musk was caught at the time just being like, Americans are too stupid to do this work. We need India. We need Chinese IT and technicians. We need them. Americans are too stupid to do this work anyway. They don't give a fuck about American workers, man. American workers are Mexican. At least they used to be. Oh, man. Seriously. Material that is primary for producing modern technology. Used a lot for solar. Okay, that's what a perovskite is. Thank you.
But be America first, and I would
Tiny world of Torn. Hello, you guys. Hello, you. How you going? Welcome.
suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly.
You know, all I can think about is that Simpsons reference. You remember that one? It's just like, could you imagine a world without lawyers? And then he like has his thought bubble, and there's all these people dancing under the rainbow. Oh my god, it's so good. He didn't just say that, did he? Think of a world without America. It's just like zoom into Iran, and all these people are just like, I'm thinking. Oh man, next minute, Maduro sitting in prison somewhere. Imagine a world without America. He's like,
In it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them?
I tried closing my eyes. I think I saw hope for the first time. It's like a Star Wars movie. Please. Well, RFK Jr. just did exactly what South Park did with the food pyramid. All he did was turn it upside down. LOL, no way he did that. He actually turned it upside down. Is this legit or is it a joke or something? Wow.
All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere
It's legit.
is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and
Do you reckon they practice this stuff, these types, like before they get up, or does they just believe the bullshit that comes out of their mouth? When America shines, the world shines. Like, do you reckon they practice this, or is it just the way that these people think? Maybe he really believes this. This ain't like some Sesame Street monologue here. It's like, when the world shines, like America shines. Like, this is the World Economic Forum here. So crazy. You mean no money printing, no COVID, no Fauci, no Iraq or Afghanistan? I didn't realize we had that option. Yeah, imagine thinking of all the options if America wasn't here right now. The world has become such a damn sick place in that less than a year. Oh, seriously. I don't even know where to start. Like, I think you could just say like this, like that the last year has been the straw that broke the camel's back. But like all of the building blocks for this such a sick, sad world kind of feeling and sentiment, like all of the blocks were there. Just needed somebody to come in here and start smashing up the place, right? And they've started smashing it up nicely. Tiny World of Torn practice. Oh, yes. They just say the same thing over and over again. So good. Woozle. He just said, we're going to take the entire Western Hemisphere and our agencies are currently using any and every covert and overt means necessary to achieve this. That's pretty much how he said it. And I'll leave it to them. They do the security stuff. I just do the talking. They steal other people's territory and invade other people's sovereignty, let's say. These are the same people that delivered us Maduro. Okay? The Western Hemisphere matters to America, not the liberal world order, ? Not the Anglosphere. Okay? No, they believe it. Oh, they believe it, all right. America thinks their healthcare is the best because they have more MRI machines per capita. Yeah. You can't get anything like that. Aren't they lucky? Thank God for MRI machines. And we can tell what's wrong with Trump's purple hand. America thinks, nothing about getting cancer diagnosis, getting cured, but being discharged poor. Wow, what a system. Tiny World of Torn, are you new here? Let us know. Let us know if this is your first time.
Powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknick would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
You go first. Nobody wants to go after that. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. All right, so these are the American ambassadors, voices that have got along to the World Economic Forum to push American first policy. Very interesting. I really want to know about, well, actually, let's watch these guys. Let's see what these fucking hippies are up to. Now, like usual, there's a group of protesters that rock up in Davos. I don't know how they do that. Like, it's not like you can get accommodation in Davos during the fucking World Economic Forum. So this must be like the most champagne socialist style people you could find. I don't know how they can afford to be there. Maybe they're locals. Who the fuck knows? But like, yeah, here are the protesters for the World Economic Forum.
Protesters descended on Davos, Switzerland Sunday, ahead of the World Economic Forum's annual meeting. They came to speak out against the gathering of the world's ultra-wealthy and elite. The decisions made here in Davos do not reflect the interests of the majority of the population, but rather...
Tiny World of Torn, new. I am, yes. I sadly eat a lot of US news. Feel that it is important to follow along? Yes. So do I. Like, we follow, like, you describe the US as, the center, the imperial core of the world system. And so, like, whatever happens in the US really does echo throughout humanity. It has huge implications, despite what some of those European thinkers might say about their autonomy. What America's foreign policy is basically world policy. So I know what you're saying there. Tiny World of Torn, that's for sure. If you're enjoying it, please give us a follow and come along. We do this daily. US news doesn't often have ripple effects that are does often have ripple effects that are felt around the world. A bloody oath. Hey, Avi did it, so it can't be that complicated. What, he went and protested in Davos? Is that what I'm hearing? Wow, that's crazy. Unless we're talking about something else. This is the food pyramid, old food pyramid versus RFK Jr.'s new pyramid. See the guide? I've got to see this. It's the South Park joke. Turn it upside down. Turn it upside down. Grains at the bottom, protein, healthy fats, vegetables and fruits at the top. Eh? Working your way down to get to grains. Isn't that interesting? I wonder if this represents, like, this is the full representation now of a capitalistic world, like a world built around mass production and mass consumption. Like before, like to feed the world's populations, before the mass production of a market, a global market economy, you needed grains. Like without grains and potatoes and stuff like that, rice, like you can't feed your world populations. It might not be the most nutritionally dense, but like it feeds people and stops the misery and the suffering and the political angst that comes with hunger. And so you have grains in a world where people, need to eat something so they don't get politically active, if you know what I mean. And now in a mass produced society, people are kind of like, yeah, well, grains are a problem. Okay. Maybe they're not as nutritious as we thought before. We've got heaps of, what have we got heaps of? Got heaps of animal products now, and like we can produce vegetables en masse. Okay? Let's put that stuff at the top and encourage people to eat more of this stuff. I would argue that grains are not that bad for you. It's the processed grains that we have access to now, like the heavily processed grains that we have access to now, which are problematic. And so like there's no nutritional value in a lot of the grain type foods that we eat. And we just have access to more of this stuff now than we ever did before. I remember when food used to be seasonal in the supermarkets in Australia, and now there's certain things you can get all year round no matter what, because capitalism has broken down the market system of production, has broken down the barriers to seasonal fruits and vegetables, and they can just produce it whenever they want and en masse. So like in a world of mass production and the defeat of nature by science, the science of production. Yeah, let's turn the fucking pyramid on its head. Why not? Why not? If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people eventually come to believe it. Joseph Goebbels, the Daisy minister of propaganda. The Daisy? Hey? Interesting. Is that how you get around a censor? I won't let it happen again. I want people to know the truth. I'm going to do what I can. Interesting. Avi went there to gotcha moment the elites when October 7th happened, LOL. Daisy, Dawn. Okay. Interesting. He went there? That's crazy. It's America's grain. That's the problem. Look at our bread compared to theirs. They don't even have bread. It's just a load of cake. That's so good. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, Daisy is an interesting way to get around the censor. That's for sure. So you don't want to use the name. Yeah, fair enough. Loaf of cake. Nutritional value is decreasing through artificial mass production. So isn't it interesting that like the stuff here is the stuff that like isn't that massive disclaimer on that there, isn't that processed. Like this stuff still has to come out of the ground. Like this meat can be very processed, so can the milk and like the dairy products and all that sort of stuff. Like fish, like you can farm certain types of fish, but for the most part you have to get it from nature. So like the stuff that is least able to be processed, I guess, is at the top, and we get more processed as we go down. Very interesting. Very interesting. And this is the difference in industrial society now. Industrial society produces our food. And so we have industrial food as opposed to the food that came to us via nature. I'm not saying it's particularly better. Like there was a lot of instability in the world before. Like you have a bad harvest and like people die. People die. You have a bad year, bad crop, bad weather, and like people just die en masse. And so like industrial society or industrial food production has stabilized a lot of that. But what's the converse of that? What's the other side of that issue? Industrial food production means more processed, refined foods, more chemical inputs than we've ever had before. And so we're dealing with maybe not people being wiped out instantaneously in a famine, but maybe they're getting wiped out by different diseases and ailments that come from industrial and highly processed foods. It's interesting. Yes, the food is getting worse where I live. And we are otherwise so proud of being so healthy. But there is politics in it. That is, money. Yeah, it is. Where are you from? What part of the world are you coming to us from? Factory farming also decreases nutritional value as well. And more farms around the world are turning to more factory farm type conditions to keep up with the demand. Yeah. Denmark, how you going? We've had a couple of people come in from Denmark recently. Oh my God, I need to ask you like 3 questions. No, I'm going to ask you 2 questions to start off with. 1, do you see Europe coming to the aid of Denmark and then via extension, well, actually Greenland and then via extension, Denmark? Do you see Europe coming to the aid of Greenland and Denmark if America was to try to take Greenland by military force? Do you see them, like Europe, coming to the aid? 200% yes? Wow, that's the most positive response we've ever had on that one by a Danish individual coming in to speak about this one. Are you serious? Wow, 200% yes. Wow, I'm glad you're so optimistic, so positive. I'm not going to say optimistic. So positive. That's good. Okay, second question. Would Greenland be able to exist if it did vote for complete autonomy? Yeah, you will fight. Denmark will fight. I'm saying, will the rest of the Europeans come to your aid? I just want to clarify that. I shit you not, we will fight. Like, fair enough. I believe in your resolve. But do you believe that the rest of Europe will have your back and they will fight? Are you speaking, when you say we, are you the collective we of Europe? Or you mean you're just Denmark here? I shit you not, we will fight. Or when cricketers said that they do 14 wheat bigs, how many do you do? I did 4 once, never again. Fair enough. That's funny. Wheat bigs. How many do you do? What an ad campaign that was. That's hilarious. All right. Back to it. Back to our protesters.
Rather increase inequality. This is dangerous for democracies. That is why we are here together.
Each year ahead of the event, Oxfam releases a report on wealth inequality. Its leadership says this year's edition comes at a time.
Denmark will fight back. I do think we will get help from the EU. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, second question. Do you believe that if Greenland voted to get its autonomy from Denmark, it would be able to be self-sufficient? From our research and understanding, it relies heavily on Denmark's financial assistance to function. Like it's able to exist because of the money that it gets from Denmark. Do you think it would be able to be independent, like a sovereign nation in its own right, without Denmark, if it chose so like to gain that independence? Could it exist without Denmark? Let us know. I'd like to know more. I wouldn't have guessed that. You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Yeah, I just don't have faith in the EU, to be honest. Like, there's been a lot of fighting words here, right? Everyone's been really like, rah, 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 rah. You know, America is like disrupting the world order and us middle powers need to stand up and do the right thing. But like, will they stand up to the US? I don't know.
Of skyrocketing billionaire wealth.
This is a year where you see the billionaires actually reach $18.3 trillion of wealth. That's 3 times faster accumulation of wealth this year compared to any other year. And just last year, they have added $2.5 trillion to their kitty. And that amount is enough to eradicate poverty 26 times over.
U.S. President Donald Trump will be arriving on Wednesday with an especially large delegation, at a time when the global economic order is in upheaval. Trump's threats to impose new tariffs on European countries who oppose his plans to acquire Greenland have once again sown chaos in the fragile rules-based order, driving formerly close allies like Canada to boost their trade ties with America's top rival, China. Trump's attendance this year has made Davos a hot ticket among business and political leaders alike, with more than 60 heads of state set to appear.
If they did have independence, they would need to be a part of NATO, I think, and or some sort of treaty with neighboring allies for protection. I support Greenland for all the independence they want. We all have the right to that. We can still help them even if they're independent. Many Danes think so. So, but like, will they, more to the point though, like, let's just say they became independent though. Would they still need, you're saying that they'll need help. We can still help them, even if they're independent, but like they'll need help. They won't be able to just survive out there in Greenland without some form of assistance from the Danes, i.e. they're not able to be self-sufficient. Exactly. They need some financial assistance in order to exist. I think so, yes. Interesting. Very interesting. So they're in a rock and a hard, between a rock and a hard place by the sounds of it. Like they do need some type of support. They can't exist exactly on their lonesome. And so like the relationship they have with the Danish at the moment is probably pretty beneficial, especially given the current context. And more so than that, Denmark as an entity to help protect the sovereignty of itself and Greenland by extension will need some type of support from the EU if the Americans were to do anything rash. Not that the Americans would do that, but like, you know, just in case anything happens. Don't forget, a lot of American wealth is moving to the UAE. No taxes is like honey to apply for Americans.
Organizers say that this year is set to have the highest turnout in the forum's 5-decade history.
Interesting. Very interesting. Stupid hippies protesting the World Economic Forum. Seriously. What's their problem? All right, I just want to watch one more. I really want to watch this. Like, I want to see what the Chinese have to say at Davos. This one's for mystery. All right. I swear we'll move on after this. I just want to see if they crack jokes like Macron does.
China is glad to see countries reaching trade agreements that are mutually beneficial, but these agreements should comply with WTO rules and not undermine the interests of third parties. Third, we should pursue win-win cooperation, work together to make the pie bigger, and jointly resolve development
Why did they
issues.
cut him off? Seriously. I don't see a problem with us helping each other out. That is maybe a very Danish thing, but no, there's no problem. Absolutely no problem. I just am trying to understand what people think about whether or not Greenland can be independent. Because like a lot of the discussion has been about like, hey, they can vote to be independent anytime they want to kind of thing. They just need to decide to do so. But like logistically, can they be independent, or do they rely for their, you know, to maintain their lifestyles, let's say, their current form of existence? Do they rely heavily on the Danish to exist? And it would seem like, yes, that is necessary. That is necessary. Oh my God. I'm going to have to watch this at some point. Alex Karp is over there speaking to the World Economic Forum. God, I can't wait to watch that. Wait, invite the Chinese guy. There we go. There we go.
First, an apology. Because of the intense traffic, I was a little bit late. Sorry about that. Chairman Andre Hoffman, Chairman Lawrence Fink, President Jorge Grande, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join you in beautiful Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting. Under the theme, A Spirit of Dialogue, it is timely that we listen to each other, learn from each other, and build stronger trust with each other. In 2017, facing backlash against globalization, President Xi Jinping gave an incisive answer to the question, what has gone wrong with the world and what should we do about it here in Davos? As he pointed out, any attempt to channel the waters in the ocean back into isolated lakes and creeks is simply not possible and runs counter to the historical trend. His important speech offered much enlightenment and brought the world some sunshine, as the World Economic Forum described. In 2021, President Xi proposed that we should let the torch of multilateralism light up humanity's way forward. 1 year later, on the major question of how to rebuild from COVID, President Xi underscored that amidst the rage and torrents of a global crisis, countries are not riding separately in some 190 small boats, but are rather all in a giant ship on which our shared destiny hinges. Over 9 years, guided by President Xi's important remarks, China has consistently acted on the vision of a community with a shared future for humanity.
It seems to just be their rhetoric on the world stage generally, right? China's just like, push the word, man. Push the word multipolarism. Say it as many times as you can, and people will come to the party on this one. And like, is that the rhetoric in Mark Carney language? Is that the rhetoric of a middle power? Like, China doesn't see itself as a power rival of the US yet. Like, it doesn't have the projection power of the US, like US military, Navy, etc. And so it's like, look, let's call for multilateralism here. We can't just have, one power dictating what happens to everybody else. We need to have like multiple parties involved and agreeing on world policy, world directions, world movements, world trade, world whatever, world peace. Eh? What a crazy notion that is. So like, how many times have we heard them use the word multipolar, 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 multipolar? So like, it seems just to be the classic line from China on this one. Hey, what's wrong with everyone? We're open for trade. Like, let's do this for everyone's benefit. We're not all just individuals floating on a vast ocean. We're in one big ship together, floating on a vast ocean. Let's act like it, shall we? Voltador, helping someone smaller stand up to a bully is always an honorable thing to do. China doesn't make jokes. America is another joke to them. Remember Malcolm in the Middle? Life isn't fair? Yeah, that's us. Tiny World of Torn. They can also start digging up all their raw materials. Not something I think they should do. For me, it's a matter of... for me, it's the people that matter, not how much money you can get out of it. The Greenlanders are very proud people. No matter what they decide, it's their decision. It's not up to Denmark, the US, or any other country to decide. Eh? Oh, fair point. Fair point. Sorry, my bad English. I don't know. It was pretty good. But I'll tell you about how good my Danish is later. In a separate DM me, and I'll try and speak to you. I'll get Google Translate out.
Humanity and remained steadfast in supporting multilateralism and free trade. Today, President Xi's insights continue to resonate and remain as inspiring as ever.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. Rod, grod, med, flowed. I like the O's too with the line strong. That's great.
As we speak, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the world. Rising unilateralism and protection, compounded by the impacts of regional conflicts and geopolitics, are bringing new changes to the global economic and trade order. In particular, since last year, tariff and trade wars have inflicted significant shocks on the world economy and posed serious challenges to multilateralism and free trade. In response to the changes of the world of our times and in the dynamics, President Xi has put forward the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and last year, the Global Governance Initiative. Pooling consensus and strength for solidarity and cooperation over division and confrontation, and providing China's solution to the common problems of the world. In light of the current situation, I wish to share a few observations. First, we should firmly support free trade and jointly promote a universal...
Free trade. There's a few observations from the Chinese about how fucked up the world is right now. We should promote free trade. Pretty liberal. Got it. We got that one. Look at how much one temper tantrum of a sloppy turd can affect world trade. Man. Really destabilized a lot of stuff.
Observations. First, we should firmly support free trade and jointly promote a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. Economic globalization, driven by international specialization...
He's using the G word. Is he crazy? Has he not heard what the the MAGA base thinks about the idea of globalization? Like, he's obviously the biggest threat to America. This guy standing right here, right now. Like, they've been using the word globalist as a pejorative now for a good year or more. Scary globalists coming to get ya. Hey, they're coming to get ya. They want to destroy your economy. And he's talking about globalization. This guy's one risky speaker from China, I'll say that much.
Collaboration, complementary strengths, and the pursuit of win-win is a prevailing trend of history. It has benefited many countries, including China, and enabled them to achieve fast development.
Globalization is a friend of the world and history and helped China develop. Who's this guy calling it out like what it is? No, globalists are evil. Haven't you heard JD Vance? What's wrong with this guy? Seriously. Look at how much I read that. China at the moment is one that benefits the most from global free trade. The largest capital always wins, and they got a lot of capital, right? They are a commodity producer and they need to push it onto the world market. It's just the dynamics of it all. Fair enough. And so, that's why it's kind of funny listening to someone who actually produces value, like China, say, hey, globalization is the thing that we need. We need a global market to ensure the prosperity of the human race. And you have the US, who have basically shunned production for financial capital. They have fully financialized their economic system and they live on speculation for the most part. Like, they still do some good production, food production. I guess you would say they do some high-tech industry. But they're not the production powerhouse that they were at the end of the World War, the last World War. And so globalists are somehow evil now. Very interesting. Eh? World of Torn. Yeah, they want to see the US burn. To be honest, they are doing capitalism better than America. So much better. And I think that's because they are Marxists. They understand how capitalism actually functions. Not the idealistic version of capitalism. It's like, oh yeah, the free market. Oh wow, the free market. Invisible hand of the market. Just let the market decide. No, it's just no, markets are powerful, but you need to direct markets and you need to direct production. Especially in the age that we're in at the moment, where to actually invest in capital intensive industry, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars here. You don't just piss that one into the wind. You need to plan. If you're going to spend billions of dollars to make an industry successful, to make a project successful, you got to have a bit of planning. You can't leave that entirely to the free market. Not that the neoliberals will ever admit that, but the Chinese are killing it in that way, man. Absolutely killing it. Is that why Albo banned the phrase globalize the intifada? Because the word globalist is dirty. Could you imagine if that's why? They don't actually care about intifada at all. But it was just because the word globalize is in there. It's so good. That is true, I think. I think it's true too.
On the contrary, tariff and trade wars have no winners. Beyond driving up costs for production and trade, they fragment the world economy and disrupt the global distribution of resources. WTO data shows that the share of global trade under most favored nation terms has dropped from 80% at the beginning of last year to 72%. The IMF estimates that economic fragmentation can reduce global economic output by about 7%. That is in no country's interest. While economic globalization is not perfect and may cause some problems, we
Adapt something the US cannot or will not do? Well, not in the current climate. No, I don't think so. They rule by power at the moment. Like Stephen Miller said it. This is real politics stuff. They have the military might, and so they're going to rule by that force, not adapting to the conditions of the new world economy, which is you need to move into advanced industrial production and ensure you can maintain your production base at home, which is the kind of nationalistic and protectionist rhetoric that they have. They're not doing that. They're just bullying other people into making sure that they pick America only. So it's not really kind of adapting, and they can't adapt because that's not the way that they figured out their foreign policy directions. It's more just about strong-arming people into picking America. Like, look at what they've done with Venezuela. In a sense, you could argue they haven't really tried to be like, oh, let's get good trade relations with Venezuela and you know, develop our industry so we can be a better partner with Venezuela. They've just taken over, in a sense, and said, you can't do business with China and Iran and Russia anymore. And so, like, what else is Venezuela going to do but do business with the US? Globalize the trader fada. That's a pretty good one. Another thing to put on a shirt, eh? Globalize the trader fada.
We cannot completely reject it and retreat to self-imposed isolation. The right approach should be and can only be to find solutions together through dialogue and steer economic globalization in the correct direction. China advocates a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. We are committed to building bridges, not walls. We will firmly support trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, and continue to share development opportunities with the world.
That's so good. Isn't that a great line? What's the difference between China and America? The US builds walls and China builds bridges, eh? Like bridges to Hong Kong, eh? All the Americans build walls to stop Mexicans, to stop the inflow of Latin Americans into the country.
We will work with all parties to create a bright future of prosperity and development where every country and every community shares the dividends of development. Second, we should firmly safeguard multilateralism and make the international economic and trade order more just and equitable. The multilateral trading system now faces the most serious challenges in years. The unilateral acts and trade deals of certain countries clearly violate the fundamental principles and rules of the WTO and severely impact the global economic and trade order. As President Xi Jinping noted, at difficult times, we must uphold our original commitment to peaceful coexistence and strengthen our confidence in win-win cooperation. Multilateralism is the right way to keep the international order stable and promote humanity's development and progress. The rules must apply equally to everyone. A handful of countries.
There's been a lot of that rhetoric so far, isn't it? Like the rules of like world trade, the rules like international law applies to everyone. Hey, come on. Hey, can we just Just say it how it is. Why wouldn't any of them call out? They're just like, somebody isn't following the rules. Somebody is pissing off the world system. Somebody, like, none of them will just say it. Just say who it is. We listen to Macron, he wouldn't say it. We listen to Carney, he wouldn't say it. We're now listening to, who is it? He Feng, Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China. Hey, somebody's fucking up the world right now. I think we all know who it is. The lemons from the river to the sea. China has superior manufacturing. How can America justify the tradie side? There's another interesting word. Goes with trader fada. Complete free markets screw over small countries, particularly like NZ. We can barely keep up with the cost of living, let alone competing more with the world for our homegrown produce. Did you just assume my trade surplus, China? How dare you? Yeah, look, that's the Adam Smith kind of rule. Like, the nations that can do certain things should just specialize in a particular type of thing. Like for New Zealand, just, I don't know, specialize in dairy and just do dairy. And like the big players should be able to do all of the value add in the system, etc., etc. So free trade does or can screw over, but like that's like complete and utter free trade, no rules. You can still have free trade agreements which have protections in it for smaller players. You just got to do it well. And in the current climate, and this guy's right here, Mr. He Feng, he's right. In a system or in a world atmosphere right now of instability caused by someone who will not be named, by Lord Voldemort, like, people don't feel like they have the ability to set up trade relations that are reasonable, that protect certain parties, because who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, right? Who knows where we're going to be tomorrow? Dilemmas, we already settled the NZ question. We're getting married and making really stocky bogan essays. Then we will take over the world. That's fucking hilarious. Yes, that's right. We're all going to be one happy family soon. Don't worry about it, Baltata, New Zealand. You guys come and hang with us, and we'll fight the world order as a unified party. Tiny World of Torn. They lost the battle against Japan in World War II and therefore gave them a gift, an A-bomb. It has always been the American way. Same with Vietnam, Afghanistan, etc. Now they are trying to roll over Europe. I don't think big muscles can handle it anymore. It will be the US downfall. Maybe not tomorrow, next year, next week or next year, but in the near future. Wouldn't it be interesting, like, as we've been speculating this over the last like week now or more, we've been pumping the Greenland thing on this stream. But like, wouldn't it be crazy if this was the moment, like this was the issue that like people like Europe, for instance, decided to not be a cuck for America anymore, for the US anymore, and we're like, no, you know what, actually we are unifying on this one. America, you do anything to Greenland, the NATO's over. Our allegiances, our long-standing and very intricate relations, they're over. It's done. We're not putting up with this shit anymore. Imagine if this was the moment that split the America's kind of predominance over the Western world. If this was the thing that split it. Come to the dark side. I have cake. Yeah, but like, and that would be the end of American hegemony as we know it. Like, if the Americans didn't have the support of its European allies, which have been a significant part of their fighting force, they use kind of European fighting forces or Western fighting forces to kind of help them, if not just do all of their proxy kind of wars and their battles on the fringes of the empire. Like, if they didn't have them, it'd be a very different scenario. Still incredibly powerful, but they would actually limit their reach, I guess you would say, or their power to the Western Hemisphere. And they dominate that space. But, you know, if Europe was able to unify, like with Russia as well, inclusive of Russia, then like completely different world order all of a sudden. America the first to be ejected from NATO. Yeah, no, the person who the group that is actually commander in chief of NATO actually ends up getting kicked out of NATO. What a world that would be. We will provide for NZ and they will make us meat pies and pavlova. Yes, we will even say sorry for claiming the pavlova and Russell Crowe. Eh? So much to apologize for there. Eh? So much to apologize for.
Should not enjoy privileges based on their a handful of countries should not enjoy privileges based on their strength, and the world must not return to the law of the jungle where the strong bully the weak. Every country is entitled to defend its legitimate rights and interests.
You know, some people will be like, oh, well, you know, what's he talking about? Where has he been for the last fucking 50 years? Of course, this returning to what? This is just the mainstay of international affairs, the strong, the law of the jungle and the strong eating the rich, eating the weak kind of thing. China has a longer memory span than most Westerners do. They don't think about decades, they think about centuries. And the century of humiliation for them only ended in the 1940s, the late 1940s. So they remember a time where there were European powers and inclusive of the US, actually, so let's just say North Atlantic powers that were using them to as an absolute bed of exploitation and pillaging the Chinese system for colonial interests, and they've never forgotten that. And so this is a legitimate warning from a country that like calls that period of their history a century of humiliation. They were humiliated at the hands of Europeans and the Americans. When I say Europeans, I'm including the British in that too. And like they don't forget what it's like when the big dogs rule the roost, rule the world, like at their leisure with no rules-based order at all. They haven't forgotten that world. And if anything, they're working harder than anyone in the background to make sure that never happens to them again. And they're in a position where they are the ones calling the shots. And they're doing it. They've actually won that game already. It's just there's a lag time between when we fully realize, or the rest of the world fully realizes that China's got complete control over everything. Unifying the world where we truly looked after each other would be a socialist dream. Trotsky bros, what's up? Yeah, like the stuff that he's talking about, like having a true world economy, like where everybody has a stake in what's going on, like a true world economy, like breaking down almost the national boundaries and just allowing the free flow of labor and capital by extension, but labor, like just letting people move to wherever economically is prosperous for them as producers of value, even if it's still under like a capitalistic kind of relation. It is pretty socialistic. It's internationalism. But like, you know, are they advocating for that exactly? Or are they just talking at the moment we need multipolarism where we have powers that work together or agree on things as opposed to fighting each other? Dilemma is it's just a bit of opium, China. Settle down. China didn't want America as an adversary. They shouldn't have invented gunpowder. Not planning ahead enough, it seems. Eh? Yeah, I'm sure they had that in mind when they were inventing gunpowder. One day, people are going to use this against us for a long period of time.
Since joining the WTO, China has strictly followed the organization's rules, earnestly fulfilled its
I don't know about
commitments,
that.
and taken.
That's not true, I don't think. Has China always followed the World Trade Organization's rules? I have heard allegations made that they were supposed to float their currency as part of their admission into the World Trade Organization, something that they haven't actually proceeded to do. I wonder if that's what he's referring to. No, China has not always fully complied with the World Trade Organization rules. And specific claim about the currency floating is a common misunderstanding. The World Trade Organization Ascension deal did not explicitly require China to float its currency. Although many critics say its currency regime has effectively violated World Trade principles. Okay. Did China promise to float the currency? No. The formal World Trade Organization accession documents didn't explicitly require China to float the RMB or remove capital controls. There was no clear WTO rule obliging China to fully adopt market-determined exchange rates before the accession. Allegations of non-compliance by critics, market access subsidies. China used subsidies, state ownership, and industrial policy. I said an inconsistent technology transfer and joint ventures. China pledged not to require foreign firms to transfer technology as a condition for market access, but critics say such practices remain common. Intellectual property enforcement, despite joining the World Trade Organization and its TRIPS, trade-related aspects, intellectual property rights, obligation, enforcement of strong IP protection has been a persistent complaint. Transparency in publication. China has been criticized for insufficient transparency in promulgating trade-relevant laws and regulations. China has not achieved formal market economy status in the World Trade Framework due to disputes with the US and EU, a sign of unresolved compliance issues. Well, he's just being creative. He's being creative in his language. We'll give him that. We have always followed the rules of the World Trade Organization. Not like everybody else. Not like those Americans. Trump is nothing without the people who vote for him, and the US is nothing without other countries that give them power. I don't think the world would give the US power anymore. Greenland has made so many people around the world wake up. China does what is good for China, and they do what gives them money and power, just like most of us do. So you don't believe the globalist language, that we're all one big happy family and we just need to trade with each other? You're not buying it?
Voluntary steps to contribute more. Last year, fulfilled its commitment. China has strictly followed the organization's rules, earnestly fulfilled its commitments, and taken voluntary steps to contribute more. Last year, it solemnly announced that it will not seek new, special, and differential treatment in current and future negotiations at the WTO. China will continue to firmly uphold the WTO-centered, rules-based multilateral trading system and firmly support the reforms of multilateral institutions, including the WTO and the IMF, with a view to enhancing the authority, effectiveness, and inclusiveness of the multilateral trading system and increasing the representation of the Global South and developing countries.
Yeah, that's it. I'm out. This has been interesting, but I don't want to watch any more of this. I'm not getting anything else that's new. We've just heard a Chinese version of what Macron and Kanye was saying, basically. Let's be honest. Nope, that sounds good, but I don't think everyone is on board with free trade on equal terms. Yeah. I don't think so. All right. Thanks for everyone who's been hanging out for the World Economic Forum drama that's been going on. There's a couple of things that I want to follow in Australian politics now. So do apologize if you're an international, but there's some shit going down in Australia at the moment. So I want to have a look at what so apparently the hate laws legislation has passed. Is that right? So let's have a quick look at that. We're switching gears. We're moving from the World Economic Forum to Australian politics. Just a warning for our international viewers. Warning, warning. Australian politics coming up. So
Come back to Sunrise. The government's new reforms for hate speech and guns have passed Parliament with a late deal struck between Labor and the Liberals to get the legislation targeting hate groups through the Senate. It saw the coalition divided in the upper house, with 3 National senators in shadow cabinet defying the position taken by...
I do want to see that, but time here is 3:39 a.m. Even a Viking needs sleep. Fuck, it's 3:30 in the morning. Holy shit. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging. It's been good. Please hit the follow and come back for some more. It's been fun hanging out. Good luck. Sleep well, Viking. We need more international press. Tell your friends, tell your enemies. So I didn't get it. Have the laws? I do follow Legend. Thank you. I didn't get it. Have the laws passed, or are they just gone to the Senate now for them to fight over and squabble in the Senate? It's just said it's gone through Parliament. What does that mean? Is it through? Are they laws yet or not?
Opposition leader Susan Lee. For their take, let's bring in Employment Minister Amanda Rishworth and National Senate Leader Bridget McKenzie. Good morning to both of you. Amanda, the Prime Minister admitted for the very first time yesterday radical Islamic extremism is a major problem in this country. It is the first time in the 37 days after the attack at Bondi he used that phrase. Why has it taken so long?
Well,
Dilemmas, did you hear that? Albo said he said the thing. Hey, Sky News has been going after him non-stop about this for a month, like a dog with a bone. Non-stop going after his ass. And he said the thing? Why won't he say Islamic terrorism or extremism or whatever they want him to say? Why won't he say the thing? He said it. How do you feel? Do you feel vindicated? Do you feel good? They do chop and change stuff to essentially get the libs and the teals on board. They had to. Yeah, I know they had to, but like, have they... As it passed through the Senate, I don't get it. Doesn't sound like it.
I think we have been incredibly consistent when it comes to working out how we address what is hate in this country, anti-Semitism in this country, and how we address it. And of course, the legislation, the hate legislation against hate speech in this country looks at how we tackle some of these issues, including cancelling visas or stopping people coming to the country that are seeking to divide us and spread hate. So this has been important legislation that we have had to get through the Parliament. It was disappointing we didn't see the Parliament come together completely, but I am pleased to...
Answer in question. She asked you about the saying the thing. Eh? Her body language is weird, like she keeps doing this. Yeah? It's off-putting. Maybe she's like sitting on a high stool and her gesticulations are like under the camera, but it's weird, isn't it? I thought it was just me. Now that he said the words, how will Sky spin it into right-wing slop? Yeah, what are they going to say now? They've literally been like, I've seen stuff on a daily basis almost from Sky being like, he won't say that Islamic terrorism or extremism is the thing. He won't say the words. He said it now. So like, what are they going to do? And like, why didn't you answer the question? I wanted to hear her take on this. Damn. Come on.
Passed the Parliament, and there's been important action to tackle hate speech and anti-Semitism in this country.
Amanda, though, was there a reason that the Prime Minister and the government wasn't using that term, radical Islamic extremism, before now?
That's the one. Radical Islamic extremism. RIE. Remember. Yeah, it's all past, basically. Oh, okay. Dilemmas, come on, tell me. You've been waiting for this day. Prime Minister Albanese, etc., won't say the line because he's trying to protect the votes of his Muslim constituents, etc., etc. He said the thing. How do you feel? Do you feel relief? Does it feel good? It feels good, man. I've been vindicated. Good.
I think the Prime Minister has been quite clear that radical extremism, particularly when it comes to Islamic radical extremism, is a perversion of Islam. I think he has been very clear about that, and very clear that this was a terrorist attack, that this was an anti-Semitic terrorist attack. It was an attack on Jewish Australians, but when it's an attack on Jewish Australians, it's an attack on all of us. I think he has been quite clear, and the laws, and importantly, the action that the Parliament has now taken looks at how the motivation of the terrorists, and it looks to address that, along with the method through access to guns by people that shouldn't have them.
OK, Bridget, you've actually called the new hate speech laws gutless. Why?
Well, we've seen a gutless Prime Minister from day one on the actions of radical Islamic extremism, which is now in our suburbs.
I still don't have my fucking answer. I want to know, have the laws been passed? Has the bill entitled, Has the Bill titled Anti-Semitism, Hate Speech, and Extremism Combating 2026 passed through both houses of Parliament? Very brief answer, please. There's the pin again. Get fucked. Is it? You're right. Oh my god, you're right. It's the pin. What the fuck? What's with the pin? Oh my god. Who butters your bread? Hobo Joe on fire. What do your elf eyes see? So good. Yes, combating anti-Semitism, hate extremism, has passed both representatives and the Senate. Oh, well, that's all we need to know. Do we need to listen to these culture warriors duke it out? About
and I have spoken about this more often than the Prime Minister has talked about it since October the 7th, 2023.
Look, she gets full screen too, eh? Damn. She's getting pissed off. It's time to go to full screen.
They are the facts. And to hear Amanda rewrite history in the face of the worst terrorist attack our country has seen galls me as a Zionist and as a friend of Australian Jews.
Oh my god, did you hear that, Hobo Joe? Oh my god, it's out. I don't know how people can be so like, hey, I'm a Zionist. Like, you know, so openly. They'd be like, I am against radical Islamic extremism. And then can be so openly, I'm a Zionist. I believe in the eradication of one people for the land title or the rights of title of another of people. Right? Which one's the real radical? Oh my god. Yeah, Pax Judica. God. Wow. Look at Burke's interview. If a group speaks up against Israel, is that a prohibited group? Oh my god. Like you gotta link me if you have something that we can look at. So like if you speak badly about Israel, that's a hate group. That's a hate crime now. Woozle, I'm a hypocrite. I love Jesse's side. It is a bit hypocritical, isn't it? Just a little bit hypocritical. Just a little bit. Hey? Joe, we haven't seen a Labour minister wearing the pin. They didn't get invited into the club. Yeah, missed the fucking invite, apparently. Radical Judaism, Zionism is Australia's biggest problem right now. Tag done. 2417. Are you new here? Take it on, let us know. But like, you know, like the audacity to be like, you gotta name it, man. You've named it now. Radical Islamic extremism is like as a problem. They're killing people. You know, it's scary stuff, ladies and gentlemen. And then to be like, yeah, I support a group that's intention is to eradicate another group of people. Like, what's the difference? I'm seeing double. I don't understand here. Oz versus the Agenda has all the clips. I'll find some. Okay. It was a 9-hour live stream. My God. That's pretty scary, isn't it? Like, if that's actually the case, Dilemmas, then, like, that's it. Like, everything that we had feared about this, you know, this legislation is true. It's just foreign interference in Australian affairs. We have been legislated by another country who believes that people who speak badly about a state, not like a group of people, not an ethnicity, not a race, not a religious group, but like about a state, a nation state. You speak badly about another nation state, you're a hate group, and it's a criminal offense. Wow, imagine if that is legit. Some scary times in Australian politics, that's for sure. Crazy. All right, let's see what Penny Wong has to say for herself. This one's for you, Ninja Nurse. I know you love a bit of Penny in your life. Hey, would you turn for Penny? That's the real question. Laws passed. They don't say Islamic terrorism because that's what they call themselves. And the government doesn't want to give them the credit. Paraphrased. But that's what Burke said as well. Oh, that's what Burke said as well. Okay.
Now on Labor's hate crimes bill passing the Senate overnight. Joining me to discuss is Foreign Minister Penny Wong in Sydney. Senator, thanks for your time this morning. Appreciate it. Look, while you were debating the bill, there was a shocking anti-Semitic attack in Melbourne. Is the Jewish community this morning any safer?
First, in relation to that attack, I did see that footage, Carl, and it's good to be with you. And it's so frightening and completely unacceptable. And I'm sure those young Jewish Australians must be feeling quite traumatised by that attack. It is a reminder of how we all, government, leaders, must all work to confront anti-Semitism. The legislation that was passed last night is really important legislation. It deals with two issues. The two issues, as the Prime Minister said, are these. When the Bondi attackers went to Bondi, they had hatred in their minds and guns in their hands. And the
Penny Wong is wrong. That's an easy one, bro. Come on, you've done much better than that. Dilemmas. No, Woozle. Can't fathom how their minds work to justify this thinking. Could you imagine if Fatima was talking with a watermelon pin and said, I am a Salafist? Hey? I don't know, man. It's pretty, it's so overt. It's scary, isn't it? Hey?
national security package of legislation we passed last night tackles both of those.
Isn't the bill a watered-down disappointment for you, though, in what you set out to do?
Obviously, we would have preferred even stronger legislation. And it's a reminder of how divided and inconsistent the coalition under Ms Lee have been. They wanted Parliament recalled and then they were against it when it was recalled. They wanted stronger action on hate speech and then they were against that. They wanted Gillian Segal's report, the envoy for anti-Semitism, her report implemented in full, and then they didn't want it implemented in full. But look, the package...
She actually wears a Palestine-Israel pit.
last night, regardless, is the strongest in full. But look, the package last night, regardless, is the strongest set of laws confronting hate that we have ever passed. And the gun package that was passed deals directly with some of the important lessons of Bondi. It will mean that non-citizens won't be able to own guns, and it will mean that intelligence agencies and knowledge is considered.
There you go. That's an interesting one. They went through with that gun legislation stuff. Non-citizens can't have guns. I know Dr. Nathan had a problem with that. I wonder if Dr. Nathan's here today or he's listening. But yeah, that's an interesting one. No non-citizens can have guns. Like, despite the fact that both of these people who did this were citizens, like, that's a pretty dumb one. Like, in the light of that, like, I don't think their citizenship status was up for question. So, like, in light of the fact that they were, like, I don't know what that's about. The government could list the mystery movement as prohibited hate group because of the bad mouth is not real. Yes. And even at home, putting it on the internet makes it a public place. Yes. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, if you have the footage of where they've cornered Burke and Burke's been like, yeah, man, if you speak bad about the state of Israel, you're a hate group. That's a hate crime. Hey, there's a hate crime. Oh, you are here, Dr. Nathan. There you go. Has some decent comments on this yesterday. Fatima's here. Dr. Nathan's in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Does this mean Hanson's only rhetoric is actually now cooked? Because that's why she decided to vote against it. Oh, she did vote against it. There you go. Not that they needed her anyway, right? Did Pauline Hanson vote against the bill in the Senate? If yes, has she released a statement as to why? Very brief response, please. Yes, Senator Hanson did vote against the Combating Anti-Semitism bill in the Senate. She opposed the legislation, arguing it was rushed, overreaching, and a threat to free speech, and criticized deals done behind the scenes on this bill. She's against the uni party, eh? She's against the coalition and Labor. It's too rushed. It's too rushed. Does that mean Albo could be listed as a terrorist for saying Palestine should have a state? I guess it depends. If it's anti the state of Israel then, and deemed in that way. Pauline is still banned from the... Oh, yeah. That's an interesting point. So she wouldn't have been able to vote. So what's this? What's going on here? What source have they used? The Noticer. Pauline Hanson slams dirty deal over hate speech and gun bills, disgusted with Susan Ley. One Nation leader has unleashed at the coalition for making a deal with Labor to pass the updated version of the hate speech and gun. Ms. Hanson, whose party overtook the coalition for the first time in Australia, she joined another Australians who reacted. I'll be clear, One Nation won't support huge changes that have been rushed through Parliament. It's also Prime Minister can justify calling everyone back to Canberra early, which cost millions of dollars. So good. I was on holidays. They fucked that shit up. So good. Okay, so she doesn't support it. One Nation will not. Don't trust the Noticer? All right, fair enough. Oh, let's listen to her. We won't listen to the Noticer then.
The new hate speech laws that are being introduced to Parliament today, plus also the gun buyback scheme that Albanese has put before the Parliament as well, is probably two of the most important pieces.
Hey, Jag, does she remind you of her cartoon presence? Hey? Not the same, man.
Of legislation that we're going to be facing this year. Has there been enough consultation? No way in the wide world. Actually, they've thrown out the first hate speech bill. They've introduced another one, which we only got hold of just a few hours ago at 7 o'clock this morning. We've had no chance to actually have a look at it, and we won't because it's 500 pages.
Legit NSN propaganda? Fair enough. Well, like from the horse's mouth, unless this is an AI generation. She says she does not support it. Let's take it. That's crazy. It's an NSN propaganda tool? That's mental, bro. And look at who they're citing. One Nation and Australians versus the agenda. NSN propaganda. Very interesting. They vote for you, says she was absent. There you go. Thank you, Woozle. We're doing some research. So no vote from Pauline. Hey? Pauline.
And gun licences are issued. Now, both of those issues will improve the safety of the community.
Why did the PM blame Scott Morrison when this wave of anti-Semitism and the Bondi attacks happened on your watch?
The PM was making the point that anti-Semitism is an ancient hatred. We do know, and the Prime Minister has acknowledged this, that since October 7 we have seen anti-Semitism.
Oh, she said it, but the Noticer are bulk biased. Not that the NSN is a thing anymore. Hey, they've disbanded. The band's not together anymore, man.
Anti-Semitism increase around the world, including here in Australia. And that is an issue for all of us.
He shouldn't have done that, though. He was passing the buck.
Well, I don't think that is at all what he is doing, and I think the Prime Minister has been very clear about the responsibility he feels.
Hey, at least one of the parties calls out all this new laws will increase safety. Absolute BS. Hey. I think there's actually been a couple of parties that have done that. The Greens didn't support it either. So, like, I guess the Greens... sorry, let me fact check that before I fill your head with propaganda. Did the Greens support the bill or not? No, the Greens initially did not support the combating blah 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 in its original form, and they would not pass it as introduced. They raised concerns. So is that the party that you're talking about? How you going, Spendog? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream.
And as someone who sat through multiple national security committees and cabinet meetings with him over the break since Bondi,
Okay,
where we worked through this, I can say he is very focused on making sure we do all we can to confront anti-Semitism and to keep Australians safe.
Nonetheless, you apologised to the Australian people for not doing enough before the attack. You were also accused of going missing in the days following the attack. How did that sit with you?
Well, what I can say is, I'm a member of the National Security Committee. We met multiple times. I did multiple interviews. I engaged with my counterparts, with my Israeli counterpart, with the Philippines, with my Indian counterpart and others to brief them and to engage on the issues.
Yeah, the Greens protest about everything. They'll never support protest laws. LOL. Fair enough. Fair enough. Woozle, they vote for you, was able to show Hanson supporter all her untruths. He voted marijuana party instead. Handy, unbiased tool. That's pretty funny. Dilemmas. I get how people don't like One Nation. I don't agree calling the policies racist, and I really don't get how anyone could still support Labor and Libs after this, like after this particular law, or just generally after this. The national cabinet meeting you kicked ASIO out of, those cabinet meetings, Woozle, I don't. Hanson and the Liberals and the most extent of Labor are all willing to lick Trump's toes. Interesting. This is just nonsense, this stuff. Albie did this. Albie did that. Can you justify it? No, I can't justify it. Yes, I can justify it. This is not news. These people suck. I don't know what I was expecting from this. From Sunrise. No, this is today. I don't know what I was expecting from this stuff. Yeah, let's have a look at this. This impacts me greatly. So Australia Day is coming. If you didn't know, we're staying with the Australian politics on this one. Australia Day is coming. Australia Day is a very controversial day. If you're wondering, for the international audience, it never used to be. I spent all of my, I don't know, 20s celebrating Australia Day. Sporting an Australian flag. It became pretty controversial at one point. And like it was seen as kind of a provocation, I guess you would say, to use an Australian flag on Australia Day in some parts of Australia. And so like there's been a rise in the idea of in Australia being known as Invasion Day. And so like you're either for Indigenous rights on Australia Day and you protest Australian Day, or you support Australian Day. It's become like a massive part of the culture wars in Australia. Huge part of the culture wars in Australia. But like as it relates to me and my selfish little rant here, the March for Australia protests signaled for 26th of January being Australia Day, and the Invasion Day protests are obviously for the 26th of January as well. And both of those were in jeopardy because of the protest laws that we have in New South Wales. And the protest laws being that in the wake of the Bondi incident, the mass shooting event, because like we're on a terror high alert, that gives them extraordinary powers, the state government that is, to waive our civil liberties, our human right, which is the right to protest, we cannot exercise in Sydney in the wake of the Bondi affair. And so like neither side of the culture wars on this one was going to be able to explain, or to have their voices heard. And that was going to be, I guess you would say, an assault on free society, on people's freedoms. So it would seem, though, they've backtracked on this one massively. Some parts of Australia? You mean Sydney and Melbourne? LOL? Yeah, well, fair enough. Sydney and Melbourne. Matt Bond, I have arrived. Matt Bond, how you going? It's good to have you. Glad you're in for a stream. No, it's been longer than this, I reckon. And so like the people that wanted to protest against this have been kind of either side, sorry, want to protest on either side or rally, let's say rally, have had their protest rights taken away from them. Now, the New South Wales Police Commissioner has been like, no, we're not getting rid of this call that the whole of Sydney should be on high alert for terrorist activity in the wake of Bondi, but we're just going to say everything below this line. They've just drawn a line in the city and be like, everything above the line you can't protest in. Everything below the line is okay. So terrorist threat up here, but below this line, absolutely no terrorist threat at all, especially because all these people are going to be congregating there. So obviously there's not going to be any terrorist activity happening there. Like, come on now, seriously. And so technically it's still not legal to protest in parts of Sydney, but like for Monday, Australia Day, they're going to make an exception to some parts. Like, it's just absolute bullshit. Like, you know, you enforce your laws or you don't. If not, just take them away because they're unjustifiable. They just want to, like, I don't know, save face and not, like, because what happens is if they say no, you can't protest, people are going to rock up anyway, and then they won't be as prepared for it. So they might as well make it legitimate and prepare for it. So anyway, that's happened. So we're just going to cover a little bit of that because, you know, I was going to go along and cover hopefully both of them if I can, run between protests, but I don't know if I will be able to do that because they might try and shut them off from one another so they don't clash. But like, we'll see what happens. Let's have a look. This one, let's have a look at this. Let's go to the ABC, the Australian broadcaster, our faithful broadcaster. It's like restricted. They've extended the restrictions, like the thing says here, but like they also just allowing the protest to go ahead. Like it's outrageous. Come across this on my feed, an old friend of mine who goes by artist name Silicone Slave. All right, let me read that in a second. Jags put something in as well. I question their Christian values, so now they threaten me with ... We'll find out soon. Also, you're going to tell Indigenous people they can't speak in their own land? Yeah, bad look. Well, yes. Like, isn't just trampling on civil liberties a bad look? And yes, they're going to do that because apparently in the wake of Bondi, we need to go on lockdown. So yeah, they're going to do that. They're, like, on their own land. Like, what about telling people they can't enjoy the freedoms of their civil liberties in a supposed free society? It's not going to look good at any angle on this one. And so like they're like, listen, like he's just, it doesn't make sense. Just get rid of the restrictions, you idiot.
Less than a week from this year's Invasion Day protest, police have given the all clear. Restrictions put in place after the Bondi terror attack was set to expire today and could have blocked the annual march if they were extended. Organisers say police gave them an ultimatum this morning, pushing them to change plans starting at Belmore Park instead of Hyde Park.
My response was it was non-negotiable, to be honest.
Police later announced the restrictions will continue for 2 more weeks, but will only cover part of the eastern suburbs and part of the CBD, with a carve-out for Hyde Park.
This is a time for... Like, look at that. They just, like, cut a line of where the protest can go, and they're just like, oh, see this area here? It's still dangerous, but everything below here is fine. Like, just dumb.
Calm. It's a time for peace. It is a time for the community to come together.
First Nations groups say they forced the police's hand.
To know that we took on the actual highest police officer of the state and made him humble.
What I'm deciding actually is like which one I'm going to go to, because there's 2 on at the same time, and one starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, the Invasion Day protest. Starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think then the the Make Australia Great March for Australia one starts at 12. So I might be able to do two in one day. And like what a mix of opinions that would be. But like, yeah, I'm definitely going to, well, if I'm allowed, if the police state will let me get into the city, I'll go along for sure. Give me a second. All right. Pokes New South Wales with a stick. Come on, do something about Australia Day March and nothing about Invasion Day. Come on. All right, let's do this.
Humbly, not back down, but humbly respect his place on that day.
No, we haven't. As I've said, we work very closely with protest organisers. I'm satisfied that the route, and certainly the declaration that I've made this afternoon, is the best way to ensure community safety.
Police say they've also authorised an anti-immigration march on January 26, which will end at Moore Park. They say more than 1,500 police will be out next Monday monitoring both rallies.
The extension has been
And
welcomed.
at Moore Park? Oh, I don't know if I can go to both then. It's going to be tough. They're very different areas. That's not what they're saying on the event guide here. Okay, so it's near Redfern. Oh, so they're going to go to Moore Park. They're actually going to go to Moore Park. Oh, wow. That's very interesting. Okay, so like just for some context, let me show you Sydney. If you know, I guess about Sydney's, why can't I fucking drag this? Piece of shit. That's a bit weird. Okay, so like if you know Redfern Station at all, Redfern Station is kind of, it's funny that the March for Australia is going to take place at Redfern Station. Redfern is kind of like the homeland, the heartland of Indigenous culture for New South Wales, I guess. Bit of a heartland anyway. There's a park near Redfern. It's kind of at the back of Central actually. And they're going to walk down there to another park. That's the March for Australia people. And so like, it would say, and this is Hyde Park here. And so I'm assuming they're going to march from Hyde Park for the Invasion Day protest and march through Hyde Park and then come back around again. The rainbow path, all I see is the meme of Change from Community yelling gay. Chang from Community yelling gay. I mean, I'd put money on there being more people at the Invasion Day process based on the March for Australia numbers. You know, like the last couple were pretty bad, yeah. So like most probably, I would say like they do pull a big crowd the Invasion Day protests. But like who knows? Like honestly, who knows? Like people might show up just to stick it to the Invasion Day protesters and vice versa. People might come along to Invasion Day protests just to stick it to the March for Australia. It might be like really kind of politically charged, this one. Are the Invasion Day protesters going to call Labor the colonizers now? I'm confused where the lines are now. Yeah, everyone's a colonizer. Eh? Why not? Everyone, you're a colonizer. You're a colonizer. Yeah, interesting. So they're kind of different parts of the city, but like, yeah, we'll go along. We'll do a live stream. We'll find out. Australia Day live stream coming to you from the heart of Australia's culture wars.
by the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, while a constitutional challenge to the laws is expected to return to court next week. Sean Turek-Goodwin, ABC News, Sydney.
Okay, so like the protest restrictions in Sydney are being challenged constitutionally in the High Court. So we'll see how that one goes. Don't hold your fucking breath. Seriously. Are you going to watch the Pauline Hanson movie? Yes, I forgot about that. It comes out on the 26th. Imagine streaming that. Like when you get those little messages in the cinemas, they're just like, don't pirate this movie. Hey, piracy is a crime. It's a hate crime. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I have to. It's called what? Super progressive movie. She's gonna be shitting on progressives, or she's gonna be shitting on woke people for like an hour and a half. Eh? Absolutely. My only regret would be that Jag won't be allowed to enjoy that because it's not going to be coming out in cinemas in the US. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go. We spent so much time watching her propaganda. I have to watch the movie now. My God. I'm devastated. I can't even live stream it, bro. Can't even live stream it. Oh my God. We need some culture wars. The culture at the lodge and Canberra is killing us. Yeah, it's pretty lackluster, isn't it? Hey? Penny Wong, Albanese didn't rock up in Bondi early enough in the morning. Can you explain why he did this faux pas? Oh well. He did rock up. Like, that's the best of the culture wars that's coming out of Parliament or Canberra at the moment. Fed to us by fucking Channel 9. All right. Invasion Day. It's on. It's on. It's happening Monday. Be there. Or be square. All right. So we're going to have a quick break. And then when we're coming back, we're going to be watching the class war. We're going to be taking a trip to New York City. And we're going to be watching the class war. That's being brought to us by none other than Democratic Socialist Zion Mamdani. So, fuck up about Canberra culture. It's you lot who send shit pollies here. Don't blame us for your problems. That's so good. Are these the same pollies that we send here that produce that ecosystem, that economic hub that you were talking about that breeds life into the entire area? Hey? Still though, hey? Why do you have to send them here? Oh, that's so good. All right, we're gonna have a quick break and then we're gonna go jump over to New York City for some class warfare. So strap yourself in. We might actually see something outside of the drivel that is the culture wars. It's not them, it's the public service. That's so good. All right. We'll be back. We'll be back. All right, we're back. We are back. Let's do this. New York, where the bus price went up once Soren officially started as mayor. Oh, the timing. Canal Street ain't looking so good. Indoctrinated. One thing you quickly learn living here is how little work politicians actually do and how many people do great work and never get the credit, but still shoulder the blame. Also, how many people are doing good work but are stifled by political wedges? Man, I can attest to that. I spent enough time in government trying to be a little public servant just to be axed by somebody's political agenda. You know, good fucking policy, good planning, good decisions, great work, and just cut, just chopped because it didn't suit somebody's political agenda. But that's democracy, and we love it, apparently. Yeah, apparently. What's this thing, man, that you put up, Jag? Alex Carp. Ooh. Fuck Trump. Fuck eyes. Who's this? Libtard. Hey? What's it called? I question Christian value, their Christian values. So they threaten me with death.
You think your little death threats are going to intimidate me? You know how many fucking times I should have been dead? I'm a fucking combat infantry veteran. I'm lucky I fucking made it home. My life has been hard. You can't scare me. You can't fucking intimidate me. And even if you do come for me, and even if you do fucking kill me, as Fred Hampton said, you can kill the revolutionary, but not the revolution. All power to the people. I will not be intimidated by you fucking Nazis. Fuck you. You think your little death threats are going to intimidate me? You know how many...
You know, like, this is like the ultimate, like, trap, I would say, for conservatives in the US, is when you have people that used to be service personnel, service persons, like, that have actually fought, and they have an opinion that's contrary to a conservative one, and they're just like, I want to call this guy a libtard, but
You think your little...
he was a soldier. And, like, this is a paradox that I don't think they can reconcile with very easily. Fuck yeah, woke farmer. He's a sick cuz. Yeah, interesting. I haven't seen this guy before. I figured some from the stream would appreciate the rhetoric. It's so good. Actually, that post I put in the stream chat is good rebuttal to this is a democracy. All right, let's have a read, shall we? It's time for the afters. Getting into the real meat of the stream here. All right, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look. This came across my feed from an old friend of mine who goes by the artist name Silicone Slave. Australia, which on the surface appears to be a democracy, is in reality a franchise of the US and its corporate interests. Hey, bit of dictatorship of the bourgeoisie over here. Hey? Not an ally, not a partner, a subsidiary. It stopped being a democracy when the CIA decided in 1975 that Australia's free, open and democratic elections didn't really give them the results that they wanted. To remedy this untenable situation, they applied pressure to the UK royals, who in turn lobbied the Governor-General to remove the sitting PM, Gough Whitlam, from power without any input from the Australian public whatsoever. Since that time, both the Australian Labor Party and the Liberal Party of Australia, with a couple of notable exceptions, have served foreign US interests first and put the Australian public last. Bob Hawke, who was the sitting Labor PM, helped the CIA break the mining unions in the 80s, specifically so uranium could be mined here, and exported to the US for weapons manufacturing. He also intentionally covered up the of his own daughter by the leader of the Labour Party at the time to help smooth his ascent to power. Here's a quote from her experience of her father. According to her affidavit, Miss Hawke then said, I can't have any controversies right now. I am sorry, but I am challenging for the leadership of the Labour Party. You can't go to the police. That's a very different person from the yard glass chugging, cricket loving, good old boy image that we were all sold by the Murdoch media. And that is truly just the tip of the iceberg. The history of this country is the real history of this country. The history of this country, the real history of this country would make your head spin. Trust me, dear friends, if you vote Labour or Liberal, you are dooming this country to the exact same fate as America. Vote a third party, almost any party. Just, please God, not one nation. A little kicker there for you. I was wondering where we're going with this. Interesting. Break their hold on this land and send them back to their masters overseas. Eh? Interesting. What? Pauline Hanson presenting to, what was it, CPAC in the US? What, she serves American interests? No, she doesn't. Outrageous claim that is. Outrageous. Spandog, this is why I hate Labour more than the Liberals. There you go. What the fuck is he wearing? A tea towel? Spandog. Stab. Since the coup, they haven't done anything but sell out as hard as the Libs. Labour doesn't exist anymore. It's all the Liberal Party. Also, remember after Holt went missing, a senator became PM. How does that make you feel? Oh, I forgot to say that they are an American Australian, lived here most of their life, but has lived there and has a lot of family there. So if we had the ICE equivalent here in Australia, they'd be confronting them at the petrol station, at the servo, being like, hey, were you born here? Were you born here or you naturalized? Were you born here? Let me see your paperwork. Hey? Not even born here. You got to get out. It is shocking. People still think the stolen generation was evil whites, not whites saving kids from child abuse. That was rife through the mobs. That is a fucking controversial point, that one, Dilemmas. You would back that one up with some fucking evidence, bro. That is really fucking controversial. Like, let's just say that the second part is true. That they were saving kids from child abuse or something like that. Like, you actually think that was the intention, was to save the children and not tear people away from one another and like kind of destroy a culture? It was literally just for the sake of saving people from abuse. That's a bold claim, man. That is a fucking bold claim. Wow. Wait, controversial? That's literally what the Australian generation was? Ooh. It was just about people trying to make sure that they lived up to some standards about families. It's just a way they did it didn't work. Wow. Finally, the chat's on my side. Wow. This is interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Still, I'd like to see your evidence to support this claim here, that there was no other agenda. It was just about saving the children. Ooh, man. Dr. Christopher Reynolds has some deep dives on it from the personal journals of people involved. Matt Bond, that's not what the stolen generation was. Man. That's a conversation for another time. All right, let's get... That's a wild claim. It's pretty ballsy claim, man. It's a pretty ballsy claim. It's just about saving kids and not tearing people apart. What do I want to look at? Where are you, Mamdani? You class warrior. Hey, where are you? Yeah, this is the one. They were kidnapping kids like my grandmother and my great-grandmother, and they tried to do it to my father. I will link the episode. Can't say it's 100% that, but definitely not how it's taught in schools. Spice take, right? Spicy take. It's fucking, it's heavy, bro. So that's why I said you better back that one up. Because, like, you know, I have met people, or I have people that I do respect their opinions greatly on, and like they attest to the fact that their family was torn apart by certain policy decisions. Let's call it what it is. And so, like, I haven't heard this take before. It's one you're definitely gonna have to back up there, brother. No executive should be exploiting workers. That's rich, man. That's rich. Do you understand what type of society we live in here? All right, let's have a look at how Mamdani is fighting the class war for New Yorkers. Let's do this. You can call it kidnapping, but was that the intent? Just to split up families to a massive cost to the state? Doesn't make sense. Sorry. Well, not with a 21st century opinion of state spending, right? 21st century neoliberal opinion of state spending is just like, oh no, don't spend unnecessarily. We need to balance the deficit. We need to put a hole in the national debt. Let's not spend more than what we have to. But state spending was very different. Very, very different throughout Australian history before the age of neoliberalism. They definitely spent on things that they thought were culturally appropriate programs, like getting rid of people if necessary. That doesn't make sense. Sorry. Yeah, not with a fucking 21st century neoliberal mindset. It doesn't. Why would they spend money on that? No one would spend money on that. Would they? No, of course not. WWE. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's do this.
Welcome to the neighborhood. Mayor Mamdani has been a resident of the Upper East Side for less than a week, and he's already getting a warm welcome. Neighbors lined up outside Gracie Mansion on Thursday to officially welcome Mamdani. Joining in on the moment were also some of the neighborhood's younger residents.
I thought your favorite animal was a zebra because Zoran starts with a Z.
It was then off to the train where Mamdani joined strap hangers on their morning commute before starting his day with announcing a new lawsuit against restaurant delivery app MotoClick.
Today, okay, MotoClick, not the tech bro that we thought, right? Jag, I was hoping it was a. Here's a brief summary of who MotoClick is and what they are worth based on publicly available data. MotoClick is a delivery tech company, last mile logistics platform based in Manhattan, New York, that provides restaurant and courier delivery services and software tools to manage and dispatch orders. Its CEO is Juan Pablo Salinas Salek. The company has recently been sued by the New York City government for alleged violating local delivery worker laws pays. No public valuation at figure or major funding round reported. Oh, really? Come on. Is an unfunded private company and hasn't disclosed revenue or external investment. Come on, I need you to speculate. Please go searching. Think longer. Whatever you need to do. How much is MotoClick worth? and what companies are associated with them. Are they owned by any other tech companies or large-scale venture capitalists? Prominent. Just here to watch a trash fire. Damn, you guys have gone through some content today. My God, we have. Looking at the allegations, it would be egregious not to sue them. Eh? But like, so what do you think they're doing? Are they making an example of MotoClick here or what? Eh? Let's find out.
We are announcing our legal filing against MotoClick, another delivery company, for having stolen tips and money from their workers and failing to comply with minimum wage pay laws.
We are not only suing MotoClick, seeking full pay and damages for the workers they cheated, but we're suing the company's CEO.
All the homies hate MotoClick. There it is.
No executive should be exploiting workers to line their own pockets.
Officials claim in the filing that MotoClick charged workers a $10 fee for canceled orders and even deducted the cost of refunded orders from a worker's wages. New York One has reached out to MotoClick for comment and has not heard back. Mamdani followed that up with a new appointment to his administration. Afia Atamensa was named the city's commissioner and chief equity officer in the mayor's office of equity and racial justice.
We will chart a new course from City Hall, one where racial equity is pursued with seriousness and intent, where agencies and offices will work collaboratively, and where deadlines will be met as opposed to ignored.
Reshaping systems that for far too long have erected barriers instead of building on-ramps for opportunity will not be easy. But as the mayor has made clear, this administration is committed to doing big things.
Mamdani assigned his new commissioner with a major goal, a preliminary report on equity and racial justice within the first 100 days.
I will turn to Afia to organize this office into a force of genuine political change.
Kelly Mena, New York One.
Thank you for watching our...
Interesting. Eh? That would be my guess because there are new laws going into effect on January 26. Although thank fuck. Is that thank fuck? No, maybe something else. You guys have been debating the WAP and stolen generations? LOL, crazy stuff. It's been quite the evening. It's quite the afternoon, sorry. All right, let's have a look. I need more information on this. Okay, so delivery apps. Like, this is an attack on the precariat, right? Like, there are delivery workers out there that basically make your society turn now, especially if you live in a very metropolitan setting. Let's be honest. Like, there's a lot of people that really get fed now just because of the fact that there are app delivery services. Some people, they wouldn't leave their house unless they really had to now because they can get food delivered to their door. And so like this subset of the working class, and like you could really argue that they really are an underclass because they really don't have the same kind of industrial protections as other sections of the working class. They are extremely exploited. Now, Mamdani going after this company, whether we can find information about them or not, being an actual tech bro or just like low-hanging fruit, it's an interesting ploy, I must say. And like, you know, love him or hate him, you gotta say, this is deep into the fucking class war right here. It is owned by another. Is it owned by another tech or VC firm? No public evidence that is owned by a tech giant or a prominent venture capital firm appears independently held by its founders. Does it have notable partnerships? Yes. Operational integrations with platforms like ShipDay and connections to major delivery marketplaces, but no equity ownership disclosed. So did it? I asked it to speculate and it didn't speculate. Excuse me. How dare you? A fundraising message suggests they once sought $300K in external funding for growth. Based on its size, it has about 11 to 50 employees per LinkedIn. It is likely in the low millions of US dollars, maybe $1 to $5 million range at most. and perhaps well below that. Okay, it's definitely not in fucking Uber Eats or DoorDash territory, that's for sure. This is a rough inference. That's fine. That's fine. But if it's got like 50 employees or something like that, then fine. It's like medium-sized business at best. Not much of a tech bro. I take it back. I take it back. Delivery boys on a contract so the workers get no benefits. Hey? Sick. I'll check it out later. Thanks. It's been interesting, man. It's been interesting. All right, let's get back to the story, shall we? I need more information about this. Bloomberg podcast. Let's have a look. I don't know how many of the delivery apps are allowed to operate. They do with their wage structures and their security measures being non-existent when the industry they work in demands it by law. It's just exploit until you get regulated. That's how the market system really sorts out labor. Is like until an industry, something bad happens, people get exploited too heavily, there's a class action, they fight back. They'll just exploit workers and for as long as they can, basically. And that's why you can call them an underclass, because they're they're not protected. Posted a comedy clip in the stream chat. Oh, why can't I see the oh shit, that's weird. I'll try and put it back. Give me a sec. I never put the stream chat back. Shame. What the fuck? What's going on here? Where'd my Discord go? Where's my Discord? Sorry, 1 second. Is this related? Or is it just like funny for the sake of being funny? It's semi-related. Okay. I'll take that as a yes.
Did you know if you come to New York City illegally, they give you a cell phone and an e-bike and a big red Grubhub bag?
Hey, hey.
Oh, who did you think was doing that job? And you got to be good with that, man. You can't be anti-immigration and pro-food delivery. You can't be both things. You want to pay some dickhead named Toby $100 to deliver your empanadas? Or he's like, sorry, I'm late, man. My allergies are brutal right now. Did you know if you come to New York City,
fucking hilarious.
They give you a cell phone and an e-bike and a big red...
$100 to deliver your empanadas. Oh man, my allergies. Oh my god. Yes, we require taxi companies to have cameras tracking fair wages, but Uber, you can slide. So maybe this is the wedge. This is the wedge that gets into the underbelly of this app ecosystem, this surveillance capitalist ecosystem that is heavily exploiting labor. They're fucking good at it too. Crafty as fuck. What the fuck? Where did it go? It's weird. Whatever. Whatever. We'll go back to it here. Fine. Check the next video. Is this a longie? Give me a second, because I want to watch a couple of things on Mamdani, and then I'll get onto this.
they're suing food delivery providers for what they say is withholding pay from workers. And it really gets to the heart of what the Mamdani administration is going to be about. Using little known laws to go after big companies to fight for who they say is the little guy. The Mamdani administration is going to be about using little known laws to go after big companies to fight for who they say is the little guy. The company that is being sued today is MotoClick, and the allegations are pretty simple, that they violated delivery worker laws by failing to pay the required minimum rate and deducting canceled and refunded orders directly from their paychecks. And these are folks who...
They were doing what? That is fucking egregious. Like, cancelled orders were being deducted from their pay? What the fuck? That's outrageous, that is. Hey, oh, we can't cop this loss. We're not going to take it. Let's just take it from their pay. Let's dock their pay. And that'll be compensation for our lost orders. See, like, this is what you deal with in the free market. Like, somebody's got to pay for that loss. And if you can get away with pushing that onto your workers, then you maintain your profit margins. It is so gross, this stuff. To the point that delivery drivers owned the company money. Sounds pretty American to me. Far out. Fuck, it's gross.
Most times are only making, money off of the tips that they're getting from these people who are ordering food.
Wait, you mentioned the company that is in question here is MotoClick. This is not a company that I think a lot of people are necessarily familiar with. If you order from DoorDash or Grubhub, you don't necessarily have a direct interaction with.
Just the tips. Yeah, that is, if we're talking about the same type of tip here. Imagine that. And but that is that sounds like just a very American thing to me, that you don't pay your wages, like especially for people in service industries like this or hospitality. I don't know how you even describe it. But yeah, like you don't pay them enough, so they have to live off tips. That just sounds like fair game in the US.
MotoClick, do you?
Right. This is one of those companies that says it works with platforms like Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub. You may file your order through these companies, and then you don't know that the folks who are coming to deliver it are actually working with this, in some cases, last mile company. They are basically integrated into the point of sale systems at some of these restaurants. And so, yeah, you may order from Uber or Lyft, but you don't know that, Uber or DoorDash or Grubhub, but you don't understand, in that last mile where it's coming from. Well, the city's putting them on notice that, that they're going to be sued for this. And then in addition to that, the city passed laws in the last year or so that protects these workers. In addition to this lawsuit, they're also putting the delivery companies on notice that there are specific laws that protect workers as it relates to deliveries, making sure that they get proper wages, minimum wage, and all of that. And if that's not followed, that they could meet the same fate that's being met by MotoClick right now.
So bad. Drivers are incentivized to cancel if it's a long ride too, because they get more shorter trips done in the same time and earn more money off the mandatory minimum charge. Okay? It's like those stories that you would see from the waiters of restaurants where the company would deduct the cost of ditches meals and the waiter's salary. It's fucked. Okay? So it's just another middleman. Cry me a river. Yeah, well, like a middleman in a weird scenario, right? Like you've got I don't know how else to say this again, but like an ecosystem of large scale food delivery services. And where there are gaps in their provision of the service, they will use third parties like MotoClick, it sounds like, to fill in the gaps. And last mile service, like the final delivery itself, gets to the end user, to the customer, to the point of data collection. Through MotoClick or something like that. They're feeding the capitalist class, MotoClick. It would seem like. They're not the capitalist that directly goes to the consumer, but like there are other capitalists out there. There are massive app services that have gaps in their service provision being serviced, it sounds, by potentially MotoClick. So these are the capitalists that provide services to other capitalists. Interesting. Very interesting. No, I'm going to pause this for a second. I want to see Neil's take on Uber Eats.
Is migration contributing to the housing crisis? Yes, it's contributing. Migration is like a straight man breathing in inner city Melbourne. Part of the problem. It's economically illiterate to say migration doesn't contribute, equally as illiterate to say it's the only factor. Describing migration as a factor in the housing crisis is a lot like describing my manhood. Well, mate, it's not the biggest, but it's not insignificant either. Now, a lot of people are directing their criticism of migration specifically at Indian migrants, conveniently forgetting the fact that half of Ireland is here. That's right, Siobhan, the Protestants are finally distracted. Time to outbreed them. Nah, sorry, you can. Tapos sa Hillsong won't let that happen. But hey, leaving the racism out of it, something I struggle to do in my comedy, when net migration is higher than new dwellings built, rents will rise. It's basic supply and demand for housing is more inelastic than Bonnie Blue's cat. I understand a lot of lefties don't want to be on the same side as bum-fluff white nationalism, but if you truly support the dignity of brown people, I don't see
white nationalism. So good. That's a perfect take. It's a factor, not everything.
How you can support the current migration system. Indian students are being herded in like economic cattle to prop up failing universities and a flailing housing market. The carrot of permanent residency dangled before them as they race through peak hour traffic on 2 hours of sleep in a real-life iteration of Squid Games. People who believe in a sacred cow squashed in to maintain Australia's sacred cow of infinite house price growth. If you care about the dignity of brown migrants, you wouldn't support an unsustainable quantity being funneled in to become a brown serf class. You'd instead support a sustainable quantity enjoying a better quality of life when they come here. That way they can afford an actual brown serf class and not drown on every episode of Bondi Rescue. Brown migrants today are like soy lattes, used and abused by the upper class, resented by the working class. Nothing about the current migration system is good for brown people, except the ones that run right-wing meme pages. Thumb up and comment if you love Australia. Yeah.
So good. Right-wing pages run by brown people. I'm gonna need this guy's 23andMe, lol.
Except the ones that run right-wing meme pages. Thumb up and comment if you love Australia. Yes, I love Australia. Beryl from Bega. And unlike a Facebook comment section or the Brisbane River, let me be clear, it's the amount of migration, not individual migrants contributing to the housing crisis. Blaming individual migrants for the housing crisis is like blaming the water from a leaking pipe. Yes, there's a lot of water where there wasn't water before, and now you want to move somewhere where there's less water. But the true source of the problem is the dodgy plumber that designed the piping. And the true source of Australia's housing problem are the dodgy politicians that designed the economic piping of this country. Piping that is dangerously concentrated on housing, more concentrated than red coddy straight out of the bottle. And if those leaking pipes aren't fixed soon, Pauline becomes the political tampon that will at least decrease the flow of water. Oh, I'm bloody sick of water, mate. You see it everywhere now. So yes, the Migration University Industrial Complex is a major part of Australia.
Nick Shirley would disagree. Jesus, our biggest population of migrants are English. I wouldn't say we want a brown surf class. Just any surf class. Hey, don't make this about skin color. I'll take my surfs in any format, please. We will take any slaves willing to become slaves to capital. Yes. The more precarious, the better, baby. Ah, yeah.
Australia's housing crisis. But the individual Indian making your fillet of fish at Macca's can't change that. At best, they can change your order. What kind of a psychopath buys a fillet of fish? Oh, that would be me every Friday night. Owen McDonoghue from Dublin. Now I live in Coogee.
Coogee. Hey, what's a Coogee, bro? Love it. Very good. Very good. Name the housing crisis. Interesting.
Miles, this of course follows the
Political tampon, amazing, especially with Pauline's hair color. That's a bit graphic, wasn't it?
Get proper wages, minimum wage, and all of that. And if that's not followed, that they could meet the same fate that's being met by MotoClick right now.
This is the precedent. Like, I'm not sure how much you get down with like legality, and like it's as dry as anything. They're like, you know, if you go after someone like an app service, like small fry, they can't defend themselves very well. Maybe they're only a middle-size tech bro, eh? And like, you know, they don't, like, it's clear the violation. It's pretty much an easy win on the board for New York City prosecutors on this one. And the precedent then becomes set in New York that this type of behavior is something that prosecutors can go after. Then you will have bigger fish out there that are actually going to have to start fixing up and shoring up leakages. So we'll run with that analogy still. Shore up some of these leakages, because they're going to have legal battles on their hands, and they might lose out big parts of their fucking industry. And the industry is really surviving off the extreme, like not just your normal exploitation of labor that we normally know, right? They take out surplus value, they pay us less than the value we create, all that sort of stuff. Like, this is extreme. Like, these people really are treated like with absolute disdain. Like, they go as far as to take away, they dock their pay to compensate for losses when like the customer does stupid shit. Like, these people are treated like trash, and it's part of their business model. And so, like, if this is a precedent, this is going huge, man. So he's saying the issue with immigration are the numbers. The exact thing most people are saying. Hey. I think he's actually talking about the housing crisis, actually, and how it's a factor in the housing crisis.
Miles, this of course follows the allegations that DoorDash and Uber deprived New York City delivery workers of more than $550 million in tips. That is a lot of money. Is there a sense, if this lawsuit is successful, that
$550 million? There are claims or allegations. There are allegations that... Ooh, that's a bit weird. What happened there? There are allegations. You bastard. All right, I'm going to have to type this. Was it DoorDash and who else? DoorDash and Uber Eats stole 550 million, was it? Actually, he's saying the problem is the system. Who designed it and who paid them to do it? Yeah, I think he was saying the numbers are driving up the housing crisis. He did say it's a factor at the start. Yes, there are substantiated allegations involving DoorDash and Uber Eats and delivery workers. New York City's Department of Consumer and Worker Protection released a report estimating that because Uber Eats and DoorDash changed how tips are shown in their apps, delivery workers in New York City have lost out more than 550 million in potential tips since late 2023. See, like, this is the exploitation that we're talking about here. Like, you know, it might happen a little bit here, a little bit there, squeeze the workers, but like, this is not, like, that's a CEO's bonus right there. You get this, you get us hundreds of millions of dollars over the next couple of years, you get a cut. You get $20 million bonus. Bang. Fuck yeah. How do you want it? You want your hundreds of millions of dollars in extra profit? Would you like that with fries? We'll figure out a system and we'll squeeze the working class to get it. We'll squeeze our workers to get it. That's mental. And what are they going to do about it? Huh? Who are they going to complain to? Huh? And if anything happens, we'll deny it. We'll say that somebody figured out this scheme and we weren't sure about it. We'll just fire someone. And then we'll just go back to doing our business and restructure our business model. Fucking crazy. Tip culture in America is insane. what you get when minimum wages are thrown out, or the minimum wages themselves are just a joke, and everyone believes that tipping is their obligation. It's fucking outrageous.
They might see those wages come back.
Yeah, I think what the city wants to do, and specifically the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection wants to do, is in filing any of these lawsuits or in making these claims public, is to put pressure on these companies to do the right thing before they get to the enforcement level. We've seen a lot of these companies that have been sued in the past, whether in the de Blasio administration, whether being sued by the comptroller's office, come to an agreement on a settlement, and that money does trickle down back to workers. But it doesn't stop with just the city hall. It doesn't stop with the comptroller's office. Just today, the Manhattan DA also.
Yeah, that's the product manager, software engineer, data scientist achievement on their annual performance review as well. It's like, yes, we figured out this new way of squeezing and moving the money or moving the numbers around. So like their tips actually come to us and not the drivers. That's fucking, or the delivery persons. Mental stuff, man. Only people I tip are the ladies selling the anti-government durries at my corner shop. So good. Yeah, in the service industry, their minimum wage isn't based on any kind of living standard or minimum weekly wage. It's kind of just like a, what should we do next? Yeah, and it's definitely not beneficial.
Trying to make it clear that he wants protections for these workers, because these are, these wage cases continue to pop up. It was just about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that Grimaldi's Pizza was being accused of wage theft and holding back pay for these low-paid workers, and that's going to be a major focus of this administration.
$550 million. That's not like, it's not. That's a fucking business model. That's not a discrepancy. $550 million. That is crazy, man. Absolutely mental. Companies steal wages from employees in various ways all the time. Glad to see Mamdani is trying to fight against it at this at least somewhat. They need to forget about just giving a simple fine to these companies. Somebody needs to go to jail for them to learn. Hey? What type of fucking fantasy world are you living in? Penguins movies, hey? What, people actually get jail time for criminal activity? Yeah, it's $500 million. And like, what a place to do it, right? In New York. Hey, how many people would order food to get delivered to them in New York? Oh my God. Oh my God. What? And like, how many tips? $500 million. Americans say if you don't tip, how do you make sure you're getting a good service? You pay workers a livable wage. It's really a good start. Eh? I love all this class consciousness going on in the chat today. It's making me so proud. I'm so proud of you guys. Everyone, see, there's no culture wars on this one, is there? Hey, everyone's just like, yeah, they should be paid. What the hell? Who is against this? Yeah, who the fuck is against this? T.Y. Marsh? Good question. Maybe DoorDash? Hey, maybe. I don't know. Just putting it out there. Where's this one? Latest on Mamdani's crackdown delivery response to... There it is. I nailed it. Pay people enough so they don't struggle to eat themselves and might not serve you garbage.
Inez, thank you. Let's head to City Hall. Mayor Mamdani is taking aim at food delivery apps with a brand new lawsuit.
This is the mayor's facing criticism over his hiring practices. Robert Moses, front page of the New York Times today.
Look at this guy.
That's right, Rosanna and Dan. This is day 16 of Mayor Zoran Mamdani's administration, and he has a very stern warning for delivery apps. Treat your workers fairly or else. The mayor
Yeah,
said,
do you reckon that's what this is? This is a shot across the bow. It's like MotoClick is small fry. This is, we are warning you. We've got you on a legality here, and we're going to prosecute. And it is very likely they've done the maths on this one. I'm telling you, they know what the likelihood of winning this one is, and the prospects probably look pretty good, especially I'd say given the evidence that they've got. Because they're not only going after the company, by the sounds of it, they're going after the CEO themselves. And so, like, that's deliberate activity there. And so, like, they must believe in their prospects winning. They'll litigate on this one all the way as well. Because, like, if you get to a deal, no precedent, I'm thinking the long game here is if you get a judge to make a call on this, then, like, they'll set some type of, it's common law. They'll set some type of rule moving forward, a judgment that can be used in further cases. And like maybe they might not go after the big dogs, but like that'll stop them from being so fucking brazen in their abuse of their workers. Yeah, if those figures are verifiable, they'll at least get a harsh settlement. Now, might get it sometimes off the big dogs, but I reckon they have to use MotoClick. They have to go all the way with MotoClick. Okay. Or just get your food yourself. I don't know. Uber seems like a rich person perk. Have you seen the markup? I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people do it as well. Like mine comes down to more of a principled decision. I won't do it because I don't want to feed the surveillance capitalists and give them my data. I'm honestly more afraid of that. So like if I am going to have the luxury of eating out and spending additional money instead of, cooking for myself because it's cheaper, I'm not going to use a delivery service. I'm going to go outside like we used to do in the good old days. Enjoy the experience. Yeah, I don't know how people do it. And absorb the cost of it as well. It's mental. All right, back to Fox.
Says his administration has sent letters to 60 app companies warning them that new laws protecting workers will take effect in 10 days and they will be enforced. Mamdani accuses companies like DoorDash and Uber Eats of denying workers more than $550 million in tips. In fact, the city yesterday filed suit against MotoClick, which operates a restaurant delivery service, accusing it of stealing tips and money from workers and failing to abide by minimum wage laws. We reached out to MotoClick and have not heard back. Mamdani says his administration means business.
City Hall does not desire to have an adversarial relationship with any business operating in our city. We cannot tell the story of this city without also telling the story of business. To those, however, who think they can make a profit while stealing from their workers, while breaking the law, make no mistake, we will have those workers' backs.
Who can steal off their employees? Who can make profit by breaking the law? Hey, we're gonna stand up to this. So basically, what we're talking about here is someone who's like, "Hey, no more of these free market shenanigans. You guys better do what is actually legal. Like, do the right thing." And like, this is what makes someone a real socialist these days. Okay? We're not up to seizing the means of production yet. We're just trying to make sure that businesses don't absolutely screw over their employees as their business model. My God. Yeah, Uber Eats is lazy. Learn to cook quick and easy. Very doable. Go outside and touch grass? ? Crazy. Yeah, touch grass on your way to get your fast food. You shit, man, you. Hey, go outside. Touch grass on the way to get fast food. Can't you do that at least? No, I just want to open my front door and pick it up off the porch. I won't do it because I'm poor. If I'm too stoned, I'm getting delivery. Hey, everyone, stop with the fucking judgment. If I'm high, I'm getting it delivered to me. I'd love to drive, but I'm not allowed. I really shouldn't be out in public. Hey, I don't want to function outside. Fair enough. And that's where we draw the line. If you are impaired by your own doing, and you don't want to go outside, fine. But if you are functioning, you should not give away your data to some surveillance capitalist. Okay? There's a bloke that does night shift at work. He drops 80 plus on KFC, getting Ubered every shift. 80 plus? He's gay, so I'm hoping the choice of KFC isn't some kind of pre-game ritual for him. Like, I can't believe I read out the last part. Oh my god. Hey, if you're high or drunk, definitely don't drive to get food. Yeah, that's fine. So if you're impaired, that's fine. Stay at home, be safe. They'll bring it to you. 100% delivery.
Each and every time.
Later in the day, Mamdani announced the appointment of Afia Atamensa as the new Chief Equity Officer and Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Equity and Racial Justice. The hire comes amid criticism that not one of Mamdani's deputy mayors is black. He was asked about that critique.
It is essential that my administration doesn't just fight for New Yorkers, but also looks like the city that it seeks to represent. And I am proud of the team that we have assembled.
Mamdani also downplayed criticism from retiring Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, who in an interview with the New York Times suggested the mayor should stay away from making endorsements in city races. He has endorsed Assembly.
I just installed a removal of AI on Windows thingy. No more scraping of my text for them. Damn. You fight the machine. You go. Hey, all of a sudden it feels like 420 in here. Hey, is anyone getting that feeling? Anyone getting that vibe?
Should stay away from making endorsements in city races. He has endorsed Assemblywoman Claire Valdez, a fellow Democratic socialist, to replace Velázquez. But Velázquez endorsed Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Velázquez told the Times that the mayor's involvement, quote, opens up fights among groups he relies on to govern.
I have nothing but respect and admiration for Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Congresswoman Velázquez and I are both proud progressives.
This morning, Mamdani is set to speak at the Department of Sanitation's graduation ceremony, which takes place.
I know how people do things, don't I? Just want to lay down. 420 for live. Right? It's all coming out now in the afters. This is where people start to unwind a little bit and speak about what really happens behind the stream. Hey, here it is. You're getting the real stream. If you're watching this on YouTube and if you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. If you like 420 for live, hit the like button. Even if you don't. If you like delivery, hit the like button. If you don't like delivery, hit the like button. You know the drill.
A short distance from here at police headquarters. He is then this afternoon set to make a housing announcement in Jackson Heights. Live at City Hall. Dan, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you very much.
Interesting. There you go. So that we've got some proper class warfare. It's happening. It's happening, man. It's happening. Yes, sativa is your saver. No sleepy time induced. Yes, you got to make sure you're getting the right strand, right? Okay. Choose well, children. Choose well. All right, shall we do it? Shall we do it? Do you really want to hear? We'll have to monitor this one. Anyone who's I don't know, down with New York politics can keep their ear on the ground for this one. I'd like to know what's happening with this case, and if it comes to fruition, they actually win. True, all I got is indica right now. All right, let's find this. What's his name? Andrew. Did someone put it in the chat though? Someone put it in the stream chat, I think. No, maybe the general chat about Andrew Callahan's reaction. Oh, you dumped your propaganda in their dilemmas about historical revisionism and some alt-white history. All right, you got it in there. Yeah, here we go. It was you, Voltator. You dropped Andrew Callahan's response in there. That was me. I did it. I don't want to be in the couch. What if JD Vance comes along? Sativa equals baking bread from scratch. Indica, DoorDash again. Vape will help you too if you can. J's and B's tend to knock you for 6. Either way, I love all the advice, man. I dropped it 20 minutes after the release. All right, I'm going to give this guy some time to explain himself while he's sitting on a plane.
All right, so normally and historically, my policy for whenever somebody's saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Wait, are there going to be cuts in this or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke. Probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline, and it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5-cast we've conducted so far, from Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Janet DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
You know, we aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were
fucking live streamers, full of dead space douchebags. The oil is great as well. Help my shoulder pain more than anything else. Now, there's so much advice going on in the afternoon, eh?
Conversational beats that I personally found either boring, repetitive, or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 25 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin.
I heard you also made a coin of some kind?
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content. And there actually, so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud.
So Nick's a bad orator, still doesn't excuse the strategic way it's been edited. Well, like, that's the thing. Like, what he's focusing on here, it would seem, Mr. Callahan, is just like, we tried to make Nick look good because, yeah, he sucks at speaking sometimes. Like, it's just not that great and it's not very entertaining. But like what Nick was showing the other day was he was showing how Andrew Callahan has edited himself out to paint a particular picture. Not what Nick was saying. He's editing his stuff out because that would suit, obviously, his audience. Now, if people are under the delusion that people don't edit this way to make themselves look better, then, like, you know, I've got a fucking bridge to sell you, motherfucker. But, like, maybe he's going to address that. We'll get to that. But, like, if Andrew's case here is, look, I tried to make Nick Shirley look good, or Nick's counter to that before, or his strike, I guess you would say, before, was not really along those lines. It was kind of painting Andrew in a bad way. Andrew. Oh, he addresses this. Okay, there you go. Everyone edits for ideological purpose. The left, right, media blame war is also culture war. All the people complaining are just sad that they are finally realizing Andrew isn't on their team, nor does he like them, but they still love him. Cry harder. That was savage, indoctrinated. Savage. You could watch the whole thing as Nick Shirley fan and understand Andrew's views are different, but Nick's given plenty of airtime and gets his views, points, and evidence across. There are two sides of the story, and the truth is somewhere in the middle.
89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somali population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture all of you guys with 5 other versions of that conversation.
89% of the population, or 89% of the fraud being committed in Minnesota is by Somalians.
And just so we can put that on screen to verify, do you know where that data is from?
Yes, you can put it up on screen. It's public.
And if you watch that raw cut, the 2-hour cut, which I made clear in text with Nick that I was willing to share with him in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Abiy Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out. Wish you the best in all you do, bro. To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing that they do Hunter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media.
I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about...
Look at these two, eh? Talking about class issues, eh? What the fuck's going on here? Yeah, I hope we do both have the interests of the people at heart. Yeah. All right then. Yeah, it sounds like we're on the same page here then. Okay.
Creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
Personally, they should either kiss or go full face off, LOL. Hey, whoa, Jim and Abby gets a shout out. Hey, I haven't seen that. I'm gonna have to get into that one.
We're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw, the clip that did the most rounds was when Nick tried and failed to
What do you mean, our people, Nick?
pronounce the word benevolent.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president?
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer. So we left it in. And personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. I mean, he is wearing a hoodie.
I don't even know if he actually doesn't know the word. He might have actually just stumbled on it. It's hilarious. But like, does it really matter? Like, honestly. And like, he might have been clarifying because you can use the word benevolent wrong. So like, I can't believe I'm defending Nick Shirley here. My God.
That is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this clip were brutal. Like, actually.
Yeah, Jim Jeffries doing any kind of journalism, let alone gotcha, is wild. I can't believe I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that either. What the hell? I want to see this now. Oh my God.
Actually genuinely mean, and it couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of people declaring this guy is retarded, which he's not. But there are some moments in the interview that even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk, while admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't.
Even I know about the Jim thing, but I follow Avi and made a response feed. And he made a response feed. Oh, okay. I forgot about the benevolent thing. Pretty benevolent of you to take young Nick's side. Hey, I see what you did there. Man, I've seen them both interview people live on the street, and neither of them should be talking about the other's oratory ability. LOL. Hey.
Even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed toward him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ICE's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis. Kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people on the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, that's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE. I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick in the interview.
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
There was no deception anywhere, but sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, the person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened. Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals. I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview?" Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our entire editing process to him, as I did to all of you, and as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuuk, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a sly side camera capturing caption something like, in case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this. Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence.
Fuck, he's pissed off. So he didn't even know that Nick was filming it on the side? I thought that's just part of the thing. Look, I'll keep my own records, you keep your records. That just sounds like smart business to me. If you guys are going to be in this type of industry, you should be doing that anyway. Sly, sneaky side camera, hey? Wouldn't be surprised if the US and Israel aren't bringing their culture war shit here. At least Aussie creators can make some money or something. Hey, sorry, didn't know we had a Turning Point Australia that is approved of by the USA folk. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Exhibit A. Nick grills me here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name thriving blue cities. So I named Austin, Nashville, El Paso, and then while smirking, I mentioned Denver because as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
Yeah, I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened, but I can probably think of some better examples.
Like what?
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
A city inside of a blue state that is prospering. Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering or
not.
Because it's not.
I'm just... See, you can't even answer the question, dude. It's
no.
not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things. So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite where I said that many Democrat cities are run poorly because it was redundant. After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on the local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there.
So I support voting on a local level for sure.
I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, you can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Millions.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Wow.
Identified as Somalian Americans.
Well, looks like it looks like
I'm interested to see what you put in this interview because
looks like there is a problem with fraud.
He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated Feeding Our Future case, which resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed about this particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video is what I put on screen on the final cut. I did exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact check, but it's actually supplemental context for something he is literally fucking showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I've been doing this for so long, and I care about this so much that I don't want to play these kind of games, especially with people who can't take an L. I want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
But like, I don't get it. So he was showing him a percentage of something that already had happened, which was true. And so like he put the fact in, but like the way that he's cut it looks like from Nick Shirley's perspective, I'm assuming, the way that he's cut it is just like, oh wow, I didn't know that. And so like he put it in the editing, but he doesn't put in his final cut, Andrew Callahan that is, or Channel 5 doesn't put in the final cut that he was surprised to see that fact. So like they're both right then? Is that what we're supposed to? No. Okay, I've missed something then. They're also both shit, lol. Shirley is saying all fraud is 89, but that 90% came from one particular case. Yes. But like he's saying, like he says it in things, he's like, oh wow, I didn't realize that for the one particular case. So he does say that, but he's only saying, oh wow, I didn't realize that for that one particular case. So like he should clarify that. And like I guess he's clarified that now. Fair enough. But like it's funny that it's not the way that it's seen. It's not the insinuation, I guess, in the interview. Because like we read the thing when we were watching it, and I didn't get that. I didn't get that vibe off it. I guess I didn't watch it properly. Well, he showed the info on the screen. Yeah. Why are you pissed? He told factual information. Why is this guy making me defend Nick? Am I pissed? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I don't look pissed at all. I'm confused, actually. It sounds like they're both right. Like they both got a point, actually. It's interesting. Because he's shit. Fuck it hell. Oh my god.
He literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent of him to do.
I think my policy moving forward, especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity to be honest with their fan base, is to either go live during every interview or upload the full raw files on Patreon the moment a final cut hits YouTube, so there's no room for these kinds of shenanigans, because it's exhausting and I've got real investigations and real documentaries in the field, in the works, that I need to prioritize over these malevolent antics. 2026, keep my fucking...
Did he say malevolent? Did he? Antics? That's fucking hilarious.
That I need to prioritize over these malevolent antics. 2026, keep my fucking name out your mouth. 5.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
So crazy. This is what they call misinfo, misrepresenting facts to point a different narrative. That 89 is used to paint a bigger picture than what the accuser is claiming. Yes. No, I get that. I get that. But they were talking about one particular thing. Nick was talking about something else. And so like it does look weird. It looks weird. Because he's like, oh wow, I didn't know that. But then after the fact, he's been like, oh, wait, we were talking about two different things. And then so he clarifies that. So he's clarified it and it makes sense. That's fine. That makes sense. No, this Callahan guy said he's pissed. Ah, right. Yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting. Spandog, attacking your opponent in a debate when you lose a single point, not even the entire argument, is so damn childish. This is how girls argue in high school? Is it? How would you know? Did you used to be a girl at high school, Dilemmas? Hey? You got personal experience? Hey? Hey? But Andrew put the exact same evidence Nick showed up on the screen. Oh, wow, I didn't get to read that. It's not his fault people have dissected his evidence and torn it apart. That wasn't Andrew. That wasn't Andrew being dishonest. Yeah. This is just because of years of internet debate, bro culture. Yeah, fuck. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, that puts it to bed. Nick Shirley was being a little bitch, and I said it. Like, before we watched his stuff, like last week or something like that, he's just a little bitch. He's a little bitch. But like Andrew is, he's not happy with being accused of certain things. But like I still don't understand the Somali situation, probably with the 89%, like what Andrew's argumentation is on that one. I still don't get the point exactly. But like at the time he did say like, oh wow, oh my God, I didn't realize. So he could have still been like, I didn't realize that in this particular case, 89% of blah, 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 blah. And then after the fact, he's like, oh, we were talking about two different things. And then he's come to that realization. Clarify it. That's fine. That's fine. So like, whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to think about that one. But like, you know, that's what happens when you do videos on demand, this type of interview style. You do edit for the algorithm. You edit for the algorithm. He called it being like editing for entertainment and like editing for efficiency, to cut people out when they're doubling up on sentences, tripling up, quadrupling up on points and all that sort of stuff. But like, this is algorithmic editing, and it's a real thing, man. Maybe I was a girl in school. I guess it depends. What's a woman? It's so good. Best question ever. Go to like a house committee meeting and watch them ask that question. Watch people squirm. So good. Oh my God. All right, that's it. I got to bounce, but I'm glad we watched it. Thank you everybody who's been hanging out today. Who's hanging out today? It's been an interesting one. I do appreciate it. We've covered some crazy territory. Indoctrinathan, Jag, Dilemmas, Woozle, Spandonk, Matt Bond catching us live these days. Who else do we have? I think we had some other people earlier, but I can't see them now, so I do apologize for not naming you. But thanks for your interactions. Just here to watch a trash fires back in the house. Who else? Have I missed anyone? Voltature. Do apologize if I've missed you. You can be whatever you want, honey. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for chilling today. Thanks for interacting, and thanks for watching. If you're watching after the fact, if you are doing so, then please make sure you follow, subscribe, hit the like button. You know the drill. Editing for entertainment implies it was entertaining. Savage way to end. Check and mate. Yeah, that was. And Andrew focus on race seems to be over the top. I don't get why Nick would just debate him on that, though, instead of attacking him. Bitch move. Hobo Joe, I didn't see you. I didn't mention you. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you on the next one. And to all of you out there, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.